chickens. I got guineas now.
That's the only audience you could get.
If anybody wants it, we're gonna have jive turkey time.
Well, Larry,
And
I
you're,
don't have
and
his
you're,
number,
you're
so I
invited.
know he's gonna.
I
call.
know,
You're invited.
but I don't go out on amateur night.
I got 3 pros.
I'm talking about
Two?
the drunks.
Oh, yeah, the drunks.
Yeah,
On amateur.
Well, I've got a
but thank you.
got a RV spot. You can just hook up, then you ain't gotta go out.
My car? You know, rich like you, Larry.
Well, I just hang out with rich people.
Is that what you do? Okay,
I make them a place to bring in their $1 million motorhome.
there you go.
So I know you're gonna wanna talk, so you just,
Thank you.
you've already been there.
Perfect. Ready to start.
We will be interested in that, yes, sir. No, no.
Feel free. Yeah. As long as you're not talking to them about
No,
You know.
It's,
anything before me, you're more than welcome to talk.
no, nothing, yeah, just saying hi.
That makes them feel special if people talk.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Waiting on you.
Escambia County Contractor Compensation Board's in session for December 7th, 2022.
Sorry.
Before we move forward with the call, I'd like for us to take a moment of silence to remember the significance of this day, December the 7th, 1941. Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. With 5 members present, we do, and Mr. Lister is en route.
All right, would you read the board rules, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Please silence all cell phones. If you wish to speak, please let the board secretary know in advance. Otherwise, raise your hand for the board chair to recognize your request. When the chairman calls you to speak, come to the podium, adjust the microphone, and then state your name and address for the record. You are requested to keep your remarks brief and factual. Both parties of an issue will be granted uniform maximum time to speak. This usually runs between 3 to 5 minutes. This hearing is considered quasi-judicial. Conduct is formal, and profane or derogatory comments will not be tolerated.
Thank you. Do we have proof of publication and notification of this meeting?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. It was published Thursday, December 1st, 2022, in the Escambia County Sun Press.
Very good. Now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of November the 2nd.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any comments? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the minutes are approved. We move into the item public forum. Now's the time for the general public to come before the board on any issue that's not on the agenda.
It's my understanding we have one speaker,
Okay.
Mr. Downs.
Hello. How y'all
Hello.
doing, gentlemen? Larry Downs Jr., 12156 Havburg Drive, Pensacola, Florida. I just wanted to speak about public safety.
You
So-
got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. All right. I just want y'all to know that that these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 COVID jabs that are going on, the magic potions, I just want y'all to know that there are some people having some problems with them. And of course they having problems with them because 1, shot ain't enough. Remember 1 and done? 2 ain't enough, 3 ain't enough, 4 ain't enough, 5 ain't enough, because it's harder to kill folks than you think. So anyways, I wanted to read some disingenuous, since I was removed from this board disingenuously, I wanted to just read some disingenuous news here from the News Journal. Pensacola News Journal, this here was done about a month ago. Florida leads U.S. in elderly COVID deaths, but doesn't have most seniors. I don't know why they wrote it that way. As far as, this is weird too. As far as Joanne Tinsley is concerned, her 87-year-old father, Raymond Barber, did not have to die of COVID. A retired engineer, he regularly wrote code on his computer at a nursing home where he lived, halfway between Orlando and Lakeland. Tinsley said, then in December 2021, he fell ill, said he had to be hospitalized. After he left the hospital, she said, he was put in a crowded rehabilitation facility to recover in St. Cloud, where he developed a cough and tested positive for the respiratory disease. He was triple vaccinated, but didn't make it. On February 15th, Barber became one of tens of thousands of elderly Floridians whose lives COVID cut short. Now, isn't that weird? COVID cut his life short, not the triple vax didn't save him. Isn't that weird? They blame it on COVID. So anyways, there's lots of these papers here, but the biggest thing that I wanted to make sure that y'all are very aware of is that they're putting the mRNA, which is in the Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, they're putting that in the new flu shots. So I just want you to know, here it is right here in the paper, USA Today, last week. For half a century, scientists have been trying to develop a vaccine that would protect against the most dangerous flu viruses. Now researchers at the University of Pennsylvania have a new approach based on the mRNA technology that proved so effective against COVID-19. Their idea is to target all 20 different types of influenza viruses in a single shot. Their new vaccine wouldn't save us from needing annual flu shots. Of course it wouldn't. How many shots do we need? How many? I mean, does anybody got, Edwin, you got an idea? How many do we need?
Yeah, your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was waiting on a timer or a buzzer.
There it is.
A gong, maybe.
Yeah,
Thank you.
don't forget your hat.
Be careful with those vaccines.
Thank you. We need a little levity. We move into the board secretary status report.
Nothing to report at this time, sir.
Thank you. We go into contract applications, item 7.
Yes, so we have applicant Nathan Cobb. He's here for an application for reciprocity from Santa Rosa. His application, Mr. Cobb, if you're present, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Nathan D. Cobb Jr., 7803 Treetop Ridge Drive, Milton, Florida.
His application is from Santa Rosa County. However, he did not have a general contractor sign off on his experience. But according to his application, he also has over 10 years' experience doing that work. So I'll let him explain his situation.
Normally, I'm your designee to sign off on reciprocity. And typically, if an affidavit is provided by the trade in which they're wishing to get licensed in, it's an easy yes and move on. In this instance, he did not have an affidavit, but does have a significant amount of work experience. We brought it to Tim, the building official, and he said that Mr. Cobb could bring it to the board to review and make a decision.
Okay. What's your recommendation?
Staff doesn't have a recommendation on this
Okay.
because it needs review by you. Mr. Cobb, if you could go ahead and detail the
Yes.
board your experience.
Well, I've been with Escambia County in the drainage department since 2011. I've been the foreman in there. We're kind of special projects. We do most of the drainage improvements. We take special projects from engineering and complete them. Like we did 3 bridges. We've done a lot of retaining walls, box culverts, a lot of site work and some erection. Pretty much most commercial work.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe he's had some extensive foundation work, reading his resume and some, and assisting in building some structures as well, but,
You're
a
good.
bit of foundation work.
And Mr. Cobb, you did take the required testing. Can you explain your scores for those tests?
Yes, but it's 82 on the journal and then 89 on business and law.
So he did take the examination.
Good. Entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
We've got to have a motion. Is there a motion?
I have a question.
I need a motion.
I have a question, not a motion.
Got a question? You have a question?
Go ahead.
I have a question, not a motion. What is the business experience? I understand sounds like, I read your stuff yesterday, and you're very qualified as far as knowledge. What's your business side? And the reason I think, obviously, we would ask that with all the mess we're having right now.
Yes, sir. Well, I've been busy for myself on the side as part-time since 2016. You know, it's part-time job for myself outside of Escambia County.
You have a company, an
Yes,
LLC or
yes,
whatever,
yes,
something like that?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's LLC's.
okay. That was my big question, because knowledge is great, but obviously
Yeah.
that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Still need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
One objection. The motion is approved. You have got your application for reciprocity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Joanne, did you get the objection? Okay, thank you.
Next, please.
Next, we have an application for reinstatement of delinquent license. It is Leslie White. If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Leslie White, 4941 Soundside Drive, Gulf Breeze, Florida.
Chair, typically reinstatement is done internal to the department as well. However, Mr. White checked one of the boxes with a yes, so that would come to the board for review.
What was the check?
Bringing it up now, sir. Mr. White, if you'd like to go ahead and explain that situation for the board?
Sure. I can go into as much or as little detail as you wish, but briefly, I've been building for 34 years, and I've never had any customer complaint that I haven't been able to resolve without it ending up in litigation. And this is the first time that's happened. And it's essentially leaking sliding glass doors. And it'd be one thing if it was one, but it's 7. And long story short, the framers put them in wrong, and subsill pans leaked, and it caused some damage. We offered to fix it. I got a permit from Santa Rosa County to do it, and they refused to allow me to fix it. So they got a lawyer, and now it's escalated to where it's in the hands of insurance companies. So technically, I can't fix it, and I just have to allow this Chapter 558 process to wind its way through whatever that is that it does, and then the insurance companies technically end up compensating the client for the damage. So I'm kind of the passenger in the boat on this. In the meantime, I've been so busy in Santa Rosa County, it just didn't dawn on me that my Escambia County license expired. The last job I did was in the city. So I just kind of conflated the two. And we applied for the permit, got the permit, started the job, and then it got flagged by the inspector, who noticed that my license had expired. So meanwhile, we have a job out there with dug footings and steel sitting there for a month. and unable to move the job forward. Client's a veteran, and it's a VA loan, so they only give you a year. We just burned up a month. So I realize it's my oversight that I'm standing before you. But I wish that it had been picked up when we made our application for permit. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't even be here at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just for what it's worth, I've known Mr. White for years and seems to be a reputable builder. Has done a lot of work in Santa Rosa County that I know of over the years. And I don't remember, when I was the building official there, I don't remember any complaints coming before a board when I was there.
Thank you.
Escambia County currently has no complaints on file from Mr. White.
Very good. Any questions?
I would second Mr. Timms. He's got a great reputation, Mr. White does.
Oh, thank you.
Very good. Entertain a motion to approve, to reinstate.
I make a motion to reinstate his license.
Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Being none,
yeah,
all,
yeah, that's 717 days. Think about that.
My bad.
34 years of being in business, but you forgot to renew your license.
I
Okay.
haven't been working in Escambia County for,
Yeah, but I mean, come on now.
I'm not making excuses. I didn't come here to make excuses. It's my bad, my
I
mistake.
mean, for what you did, I can't say you shouldn't get your license, but I mean, think about that.
Believe me, I have.
All right, Jim.
all those in favor say aye.
I,
Opposed? Being none, the motion for our application for instatement of Leslie P. White is approved.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. White. Move to item 8. I agree.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Item 8.1 is Spencer Stapleton, state registered license number RR 282812176, contractor competency board complaint number 2209159COM. It's in regard to Justin Siddall, homeowner complainant at 1406 East Leonard Street, Pensacola, Florida 32503. This is located within the city limits. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Is Mr. Siddall present? Yes. Is Mr. Stapleton present? Again, Mr. Stapleton is not present. This hearing was continued from the last meeting because Mr. Stapleton did not attend at that time either. Mr. Siddall, are you going to provide testimony today? Yes, please. Okay. At this time, I'm going to have Mr. Siddall sworn in, along with Ms. Reber, and Ms. Reber will remain sworn in for the remainder of this meeting.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, sir? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, there was, August 30th of 2022.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. Siddall about this complaint?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. Stapleton about this complaint?
Yes, I was.
Did Mr. Siddall provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
He did, and it is attached.
Did Mr. Stapleton provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
He provided no documentation.
Were permits obtained? If so, when and what are their status?
Yes, a permit was obtained on April 26th of 2022, and it had gone through all of his inspections since the last hearing. And just to remind you, this permit is in Spencer Stapleton's name. There's been some sort of agreement that he was going to let the Siddalls continue to contract their own work under that permit. So since the last hearing, the plumbing shower pan inspection passed on 10/12/22, and window, door, storefront inspection passed on 11/7/22. And that permit still remains open.
Staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
Nash.
So moved.
Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Being none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to add all documentation to the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violation to the case? If so, please state the violation and your justification.
There may have been a violation of Code Section 1837C6. The only documentation that was provided on both sides were Mr. Stapleton's, I think it ended up being a quote, and he just listed how his draws were to be received, not what he was to do with them. The Sedell's, it gave some additional documentation on what they believe, and I'm not sure if that's conversation with Mr. Sedell, with Mr. Stapleton on how that money should have been spent. There's a conflict
Yes.
on how it should have been spent.
Mr. Sedell, if you could please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and this is your opportunity to address the board.
Thank you. Justin Siddall, 363 Silver Road, Pensacola, Florida, 32503. I did want to bring up, there was still some documents on mine that wasn't removed from last time. I noticed when I just looked through the documents, we'd gone through the... Yes, but just to bring that up, I know it took a motion from the board to change that. First, thank you for allowing me to come back and speak again. I was able to kind of consolidate, I think, from last time, because I did provide a lot of information to the board, and I think I've been able to consolidate it a little more. So we did have a signed proposal, and it was just a signed proposal, but it was dual signed for an agreed X amount of money, 90,000 and change for an X amount of scope of work. And on it, you know, he did say that he would provide an invoice in order to request the next 25,000 draw. And so that was just kind of our modus of operandi, and we did move forward with that. After we paid the final draw, so he had the full $100,000, a little bit more. Only about a third of what was on the scope is actually done. And I do have a video of it, but it wasn't submitted, but I found it on my phone of like, I talked about like, this is what's done, when we kind of asked him to step aside. So after that last straw, he sent a text about 2 months later that he had spent our money on other projects he had going. He's talked about payment plans since then a few times. He's brought it up, I think, 3 times. And I've responded all except the last time before our last meeting here. The weekend before this hearing, he had texted me about, hey, let's set up a payment plan, don't take me to the board, kind of thing. And I didn't respond to that one, which I think he had a comment in there of like, oh, I've been trying to get a hold of him. But that was the only thing I haven't responded to him about, was just the weekend before the board. The project was supposed to be completed in May, and after waiting months and since our last meeting, we have fired him. We submitted everything to Pensacola. We have a new contractor on the project. And like I said, I know he's not required to track, you know, it's not a requirement for contractors to track every penny and report them to the customer and everything. But from that signed proposal, that's what we had expected to see. And so after he sent that text of, hey, all your money is gone on other projects, I went through and verified that the subs were whole and they were good, so we wouldn't have any liens on us or anything. And then talking to the subs, I asked them how much you've been paid and everything, and found that it wasn't differences in just pennies. It was differences in thousands of dollars. And, you know, regardless of like a set amount or trying to prove, you know, how much was or wasn't spent, it was just discrepancies of thousands of dollars. So I believe he lied to me throughout the project, gave excuses for delays, failed inspections that are in there, all in order to get the next draw. And then when he couldn't lie to me anymore, he finally came clean. I think it was in August. He finally came clean and said he had spent it all. And I believe, I mean, that in itself is kind of an admission of guilt, and that he believes he owes us money by trying to create payment plans, and is kind of admitting to financial malpractice, or at least damaging us. But since then, I know he's told the board inspector that he spoke to a lawyer that recommended he create a new business and start over. Since then, he's also changed his business email address, and how he was responding to us and to the board. Currently on Facebook Marketplace, his tools are for sale or already sold. He sold equipment to the painting sub that he used on the project, because I've spoken with him since then. I believe he's continuing to deceive by selling the business assets to make Stapleton Built insolvent and start over. And like I said, he's promised payment plans for months with zero action. I mean, one of the texts from 3 months ago said, "Hey, I'm working on a payment plan today, you know, I'll get something to you." And I'm essentially just waiting for action to something before I respond and, you know, go down that lane. So just in summary, I think he's lied for money in each draw, lied to keep delaying and floating the project until he finally couldn't, and just came clean and confessed that he spent it all on other projects. And that's an admission of guilt, continuing to deceive and set himself up to start over with his license intact.
Very good. Any
Mr.
question?
Yeah, I have a question. You said only about a third of the work had been done, but you paid him in full?
He would send, you know, I know it was an estimated amount, even from our proposal, you know, estimated amount of $90,000 to complete the project. And on his invoice that he sent me, he had listed out, you know, like, hey, I've spent this much and I've put the deposit down for this. So, you know, that, because we have some long lead items and everything.
So were you able to go and look and check for yourself before you paid him?
At each draw, I didn't verify with his subs and, you know, with other
You
things.
live local?
Say again, sorry?
Do you live local?
Yes,
Near
sir.
the job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question, go ahead.
I was going to say, the first sentence in the synopsis is incorrect. I do not believe that it's Justin Seidel doing business as Justin Seidel
Oh.
failed to compete.
That is
I believe it's
incorrect.
Mr. Stapleton.
Thank you. Mr. Stedell, I do have a question. You mentioned you have a new contractor.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. It still appears that the permit is under Stapleton. Is that correct, or is, because I'm limited in what I see in the city?
Yes, so after the last board meeting, we started talking, we had a contractor we've used before that has done great work for us, so I approached him and he was out of town and we got the works going, so it's very recent. I think on there it showed that you checked it November 17th, and I think it's Pensacola even just like got all the paperwork and everything approved even just like this week, so.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions?
Mr. Siddall, you talk about a discrepancy in money. Is there an exact amount that you can provide to the board that is the discrepancy?
Yes, I've added it up to about $35,000. But again, I didn't want to get into like the hearsay of, you know, like this much, this much, this much. Just that it was thousands of dollars, and what he said he would provide me is an invoice to request the next draw. That on my part and my bad, you know, we have a weak proposal as a contract, and then also not verifying each draw every time. So I definitely have some lessons learned from this project, but
That was my.
Would you have we have
From the
questions?
last meeting, we had, I'm trying to pull up the proposal, I can't get it to come up, but the proposal was, I mean, it wasn't even a contract,
it was,
if I remember correctly, so
it was
it's
just a
kind of hard
proposal
for
that we
us to,
both signed and agreed, and it was very much just this much money for this scope of work.
pretty ambiguous,
And
yeah.
I'll provide you invoices for draws, was really all it said.
it's kind of hard for us to make some determinations when it's a vague, that was my, last time, I remember talking to you about it, it's hard to nail anything down when it's so open. You know, bathroom vanities, light fixtures, bathroom, kitchen fixtures, appliances. And that's all that's listed on there.
It should be on the second page that has the scope of work. The bathroom fixtures and appliances or everything was,
Right.
what we
It's-
had agreed that we would purchase.
So
for the
you're
project.
telling us he didn't do all of this that's listed here? Is that what you're telling us?
On the second page for that scope,
Right.
not even close.
But again, it was a proposal and it wasn't a signed contract, so it's kind of
We went with
a
the.
tough thing, you know, to.
And maybe.
If I can
legal
clarify real
provide,
quick.
Like a dual signed
It's okay.
proposal, yeah.
So it was a proposal, but then they took action on it and treated it as the contract. By action, they treated it as a contract. There may be some specifics that I need to look into for contracts, but he took the payment, he began the work. So that is, even if it was oral, under law, that would still be contract law. But I will look at it to see if there's anything specific in our code that requires it. Does it require it to be a written contract? Okay. There's not, our code doesn't change the nature of contract law. Whether or not you can hold them responsible when there's no written contract. But in this situation, you have both parties intended to use as a contract because they both billed under it and took action under it.
Mr. Sadal, on your screen, above you over there, is your scope of work. Can we just run through items A through V, and you can explain to the board which of items A through V were not completed?
Yes.
Do I need to bring it up bigger for you?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good. We ended up handling the dumpster and clean out. He got the fascia repair, so C was completed. D was completed, E was not. F was ordered. G was step 1 done. He had the first, so for sanding floors, he'd hit it with the 60, but not 80 or 120 or finished anything. H was not. I was not. J was not. K was not. L was not. M was not. N was completed. O was step 1. We moved the water heater from inside bathroom to outside to the garage, and he removed the water heater, and it was sitting in the garage. P was not. Q was not. R was started. They had the electrician come by. We still have final for electrical left. S was not, that's doors. T was, U was not, and V was not.
Just to be clear, to keep the record straight and to assist the board. So of the things that were completed, C, which is the fascia repair, including caulking, was completed.
Yes.
D, pressure wash, clean entire exterior and paint everything but the brick,
Yes.
was completed. F, replace garage door with new door, no motor.
He ordered the garage door. Garage doors right now are very long lead time.
Okay, so it was just ordered, but it couldn't be completed because it wasn't received?
Yes. He paid for the deposit on the doors, yes.
Just the deposit, not the complete delivery, okay? On N, that was completed?
And
That was replace vent ductwork?
yes, he hired an HVAC guy.
Okay, on T, and the last completed one was T, remove roof and have new roof installed?
Yes,
That was completed?
yes.
Okay, and then G, O, and R, G being sand and stained wood floors, that was, you said he used a 60 on that but didn't come back?
Yes,
Okay. O is the replace the hot water heater, he pulled it out but didn't put a new one in?
no.
Okay, and then on R, rerun 3 electrical circuits, that was begun, but I didn't quite catch where that stood.
We're just waiting for electrical final, so,
Inspection?
yes.
Okay.
So we can say that one was done.
Okay. All right. That's the only questions I wanted to make sure was clear for the board. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question, sorry.
Go ahead.
So your total contract proposal for the first proposal was how much?
90,000, I think it's, scroll up just a little bit.
90,000 and some change?
Yes, sir,
And you paid
90,000.
How much?
100,000.
And your new proposal, whoever the new general contractor is that you hire, what's that final number on that?
It's kind of just, he's doing me a favor by picking it up this late in the project. So it'll be as work is completed.
But you don't have a price on it, a cost of what he's gonna charge you to finish off what this guy didn't finish off?
Not yet. He's just on the project and he's looking at, he just came into town like last week and came by and had a meeting with another sub, but yeah, said I'll do it. And so we've gotten the application in for
You have a
dropping.
contract this time?
Not yet, but fool me twice.
Any other questions? What's the board's desire? To take it to disciplinary hearing?
You'll need a motion.
That's what I say. They have to have a motion. I think there's sufficient evidence that he has not, that the contractor has not done what he was hired to do.
I make that motion.
Motion's made to
I'll
take it to
second.
disciplinary hearing based on the allegations submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose like sign. Being none, disciplinary hearing is ordered. Thank you, Mr. Stapleton. You'll get all the information.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We move to 8-2.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This item is Matthew S. Banks, state registered license number RR 2828-12001. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2211207 COM. It's in regard to Eric and Angela Luttrell, the homeowner complainants at 4440 Cedar Brook Court, Pensacola, Florida 32526. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. and Ms. Luttrell, are you present? Yes. Mr. Banks, are you present? Mr. Banks is not present. Mr. and Ms. Luttrell, are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Thank you. If you could please come to the podium and state your name and address and be sworn in. And just a reminder, Ms. Reber is already sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Eric Luttrell, this is my wife Angela Luttrell.
Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. Eric Luttrell, this is my wife Angela Luttrell, 4440 Cedar Brook Court, Pensacola, Florida, 32526.
Angela Luttrell, 4440 Cedar Brook Court, 32526, Pensacola, Florida.
Thank you. We're going to run through some questions real quick if you'd like to have a seat, and you'll come back up in a moment.
Thank you.
Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed by the board, filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, on October 21st, 2022.
And were you able to communicate with the Luttrells about this case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to communicate with Mr. Banks about this case?
He did not respond.
Did the Luttrells provide any supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
They did, and it is attached as backup.
And since you were unable to contact Mr. Banks, he did not provide any documentation?
No, he did not.
Were permits obtained? If so, what date, and what are their current status?
There were no permits obtained.
Staff would request at this time that the documentation attached to the agenda be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to add the documents to the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
Code Section 1837C11. The Luttrells paid several payments to Mr. Lacoste. I'm sorry, Mr. Banks. And they had two separate contracts. So they initially put two 50% deposits down on that, and very, very minimal work has been completed. Code Section 1837D4, no permits were pulled at all or plans submitted. Code Section 1837D9J, the contract did not contain the proper verbiage about the construction recovery fund.
Mr. and Ms. Luttrell, if you'd like to come back up and address the board.
Thank you for the time. I guess we're a little late to the party in filing a complaint. I'll give it a high-level overview. We signed the original contract December 2020. The scope was supposed to be for a kitchen renovation, replace all the floors in the house minus the bathrooms, remove all the popcorn ceiling, put up orange peel texture, reface our fireplace, and redo our stairs for our loft area. The expected start date was April of 2021. April came and passed. The work did not start. At this point, we were in the midst of the pandemic. We knew supply lines were low. Cost of materials were going up. Both of us work in the mortgage industry, and we were slammed with work our well, so we were very patient. We didn't really push back too much at that point. And then in July of 2021, based on a conversation with our project manager, Cody Lacoste, under Banks, we were told that we were close enough to the project to go ahead and start packing out the house as much as we can so they can start completing work. We ordered a pod. We were told it was going to be about 2 to 3 months that we needed the pod for them to complete the work. Ordered the pod. We packed out about half the house. We did not pack out all of it because we weren't told exactly when they were going to start the demo. October of 2021, they brought in a sub to start the ceilings, removing the popcorn from the house. And at that point, we had added on another contract for a mother-in-law suite to be put on our property for her parents. Through the months of October and December, the subcontractor would come in, work on the ceilings, but it was very sporadic, a lot of lates, a lot of no-shows. January of 2022, that sub that was working on the ceilings was fired, and a Banks employee was brought in to finish the ceilings. He had to redo a lot of the work because it wasn't done correctly. February of 2022, we had added more work to the original contract as far as a guest bathroom remodel. Our roof needed replaced, and we wanted our porch redone. We gave deposits on those additional projects being added to the work. March of 2022, the bank's employee that was brought in to take over the ceilings and paint started demo on the kitchen and on the floors. That was in the beginning of March. We went about 2-3 weeks without a kitchen before they actually set up a temporary stove and sink. The end of April 2022, they demoed the bathroom. It was at that point, everything pretty much stopped. As far as the original contract. In June of 2022, they came out and measured and cleared some of the property for where the mother-in-law suite was gonna go for the second project. They put up the ledger boards. They were gonna have a company come in, do the foundation, but after looking at the plans, they didn't account for the elevation like we had previously told them, so they had to go back and have the plans re-engineered so there was proper footing. It never got to that point. The individual that they had contracted out to do the engineering of the plans apparently hadn't been paid, so he was stalling on getting the plans back over to us or back over to Banks. Let's see. And then at the same time, June of 2022, Matt brought in somebody else, another sub, to start working on the bathroom. He was very sporadic in showing up as well, mainly because at this point, I guess all the chips started to fall. And this individual is one of his only few employees that he had left, and he was basically running, putting out fire to fire, and all his different clients. So we didn't see him very much at all. All they really did was run a little bit of plumbing, and that's all that we had done. At this point, we've had more work done just in the past 2 months since we verbally terminated the contract with Matt. At the middle of October, we've had more work done ourselves, getting someone to come in and do it. And we spent hundreds and thousands of dollars since then getting work done. We really don't have anything to show for the money we spent to Matt. We've been very patient, but it's been very stressful, as it is with everyone else, I guess.
I'm sorry, what did you say at the end? It's been very stressful?
It's been very stressful. We have been patient, but
As he's sure that it's been with everybody else.
Any questions?
Are you your own contractor now? You
no,
assume the permit?
we've had problems getting someone else to come in because no one else wants to come in and step in and do a lot of the work. We've had a couple people come out to try to get them under contract to finish the job, and from what we've been told, they don't want to associate themselves with something that Banks started and didn't finish, because not so much that they're worried about the scope of the work, they don't want to deal with the clients that have already been burned by Banks. So we've got one individual that's come in and done a little work on the walls and the ceilings, doing some paint and texture. Someone that's been doing some tile work, but we don't have a contractor.
All right, just remember, if any of it needs a permit, you gotta have a permit. So we don't have that problem down the road.
And just to let you know, the Board of County Commissioners signed a resolution to waive those fees if you have to obtain a permit for any of this scope of work, so.
In the county.
In the county.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a question for the attorney. You sit down, please.
Thank you.
I'd like to propose that, based on the evidence presented, the alleged violations, the demonstrated performance of Matthew Banks Construction over the past 6 months, that we go straight to disciplinary hearing, that the board approve a motion to take it to disciplinary hearing without any further discussion.
You're talking about setting it to the January meeting, or are you talking about,
Well, it's a probable cause. It's got to go to disciplinary hearing.
Right, but you're talking about setting it for disciplinary
Yes.
hearing in January.
Yes.
Are you saying you don't need additional evidence, or you just want to go to the motion?
I just want to go to that motion.
If you don't feel like, if the board doesn't feel like they need additional evidence, then based on what you already have, then you can go to that motion.
Well, we
If
can
they're
turn it,
comfortable
we can
make-
turn
if
the
some-
motion down if they think that.
That's right. They don't have
Okay.
to make the motion if they don't agree with you.
All right.
But it would be for setting it to a disciplinary hearing in January.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Entertain a motion to take a disciplinary hearing based on the alleged violations and the information presented and demonstrated performance of Matthew Banks over the last 6 months. Motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to take a disciplinary hearing in January is approved.
And that is based on the alleged violations that are
Yes.
included. Thank you.
Our next item is Jesse W. Lacoste doing state registered license number RG 291103980, Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2211210 COM. It's in regard to James and Joan Mitchell, the homeowner complainants at 1022 Bucyrus Lane, Pensacola, Florida 32533. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. and Ms. Mitchell, you are present. And are you going to provide testimony today for this hearing? Thank you. Mr. Lacoste, are you present? Mr. Lacoste is not present. Mr. and Ms. Mitchell, if you could please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in. And just a reminder, Ms. Reber is sworn.
Would you raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you could just state your name and address.
Hi,
for
my
the-
name is Joan Mitchell, and our address is 2324 Greenwell Court, Pensacola, Florida, 32526.
James Mitchell, 2324 Greenwell Court, Pensacola, Florida, 32526.
We're going to run through a little bit, and so if you'd like to have a seat, and we'll call you back up. Thank you. Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, there was, on November 4th, 2022.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. and Ms. Mitchell about this case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to communicate with Mr. Lacoste about this case?
There was no response.
Did Mr. and Ms. Mitchell provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
They did, and it is attached.
You were unable to communicate with Mr. Lacoste, so no documentation was provided from him.
No, nothing was provided.
Were permits obtained, and if so, when, and what are their status?
There were no permits obtained.
Staff would request at this time that the supporting documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to add the documents to the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
Yes, I was. Code Section 1837C11. Mr. Lacoste, this was a new build construction, and basically the only thing that's been done on the property for the amount of money that's Mr. Lacoste has received has been, the land has been partially cleared, and there is still debris pile on there. Code Section 1837D4, again, it was a new build. There's been no plans submitted, no application for permit, nothing.
Mr. and Ms. Mitchell, you can come to the podium and address the board.
We typed up an additional statement because I've been known to ramble, so it'd be easier for me to speak to this, to read it by reading it. Hopefully it'll come across clear.
And I'm here to make sure he doesn't ramble.
Okay, since the last construction loan interest only payment that was made, we have received 2 more loan statements for $1,069 each. Also, since the original statement we provided in our complaint, we have learned that the bank that we are going to hold, that the bank is going to hold us totally responsible for the $147,024 the bank gave to Jesse Lacoste for the first draw, and the closing costs on the construction loan of $31,610.89 because Jesse Lacoste has lost his contractor's license and can no longer build our house. Now the bank is making us pay back that money too. I and my wife Joan have maxed out in costs. We have incurred 25 years of our savings and $110,000 that we took from our retirement accounts. If we knew that Jesse had over 2 years of complaints and misconduct against him, we wouldn't have obviously entered into any agreements with him. To date, this breakdown of what we lost during this ordeal is $110,000 earnest money we paid to Jesse Lacoste that came from our retirement accounts. In January, we still have to pay the taxes on the money we took out of which we don't know what that's going to come to. $147,024 that the bank gave Jesse Lacoste in his first draw. $31,610.89 in fees and closing costs, et cetera, that the bank is wanting us to pay back now that they are taking our construction loan back. $342.65 we paid at the construction loan closing. $63.90 of fax fees, a FedEx fee that I paid to mail Jesse Lacoste construction payment. The second payment that was made, $57.30 FedEx fees that I mailed for the second check that we did receive from him as a cashier's check. I took that action because he was dragging about making the interest-only payments that he's required to make because it's a VA loan. And just staying on him constantly got him to give us the money to make those 2 payments to make sure that the bank got it. I FedExed it to get it to him the next day. Those are the 2 payments I'm speaking to. The first payment that was made, him through it and his business made 3 payments total. The first one was made before his business shut down, before he went to jail the first time. And his office made it. So there's been a total of 3 payments. This is the only monies I know that he paid out in all the money that he's received. $5,015 that we paid for a geotech report and test that we have yet to see. We don't know who my wife has asked several times, numerous times, for the name of the company that he went through. He told us that it wasn't a part of the contract, that he needed to get someone to do a geotest, soil test. And so that was a change order, wrote him a check for that $5,015. And we're still waiting for response to know even who the company is that he contracted to do it. We still don't know, and she's asked him many times for that.
And I even talked to him 3 days ago, and he said he was going to get that information to me, and I've yet to get it. So, and the reason why I want to add that we dealt with him all this time because we didn't want to lose the money that we've lost. we wanted to see if he could get as much of this work done even before he lost his license, so that we can get the money that we paid and get him to finish the work
At least the work that he got paid for.
that he got paid for.
So, and we were already in the contract, so it's hard to just walk away once a contract's already
Because we
in
have-
place.
We're responsible for all that money.
$5,825 and a change order to clear the part of the property, another $14,575 to clear to continue to clear in the property, another $6,000 in change order to clear some more of the property. $5,800 I paid to Landmark Engineering, because once he lost his license, we knew we couldn't continue with him as a contractor. In order that we had the drawings that were done by Landmark, that I designed, I knew I had to pay for it myself in order so that I would own the drawings, and I wouldn't have to, even though he got paid for the drawings to be done for us, I was concerned that if he went and paid for those drawings, we would have fought with him trying to get our drawings from him, and I didn't want to take that chance. The total for those monies that I just read off comes to $326,313.74. This does not include a $72,450 loan that was on the property before the bank entered it, got our construction to perm loan done, because they paid off the property that we owned and added it under this new contract that we still owe on the property to the bank. The total of all money the bank is asking for from us is $398,763.74. With all the money we pay out between ourselves directly and change orders and the bank, we still do not have our dream home, or barely have had even broken ground to build the house that I designed over 20 years ago. The second and last part of the statement I would like to add, for wholeness of clarity of where we're at and what took place, is I start by saying, how did we get here? I said, for the past 20 years, Joan and I have been planning, saving, and waiting to be in a position to financially to be able to afford to build our dream home. Approximately 15 years ago, we found the perfect property to build the home on, and I completed a design to build on it. Then we had numerous false starts when we thought we were going to be in a place to build, and it didn't work out. The home I designed that we paid for is for the second time, because I paid for a set of drawings a number of years ago, but found out that because of how large it was, it made more sense for us to bring it down some in size and still have what we wanted. I tried numerous times to find a bank that would meet our needs. Then one day I met Jesse Lacoste and told him I was looking for a bank that did design, build, construction to perm loans. He told me that he knew of one and he could build our home for us. Jesse said he did design, build, construction projects. I contacted the bank he suggested, which was Goldwater Bank in Texas. I told them that what I wanted, which is a VA construction loan, construction to perm loan, and they told me that they could help me if we qualified. They also told me that Jesse Lacoste was one of their 5-star contractors. So at this point, it seemed to me and my wife that everything was finally coming together. Everything started out fine. We never had anything negative said or we heard about Jesse Lacoste as a builder. In my naivete, or being naive, thinking if the bank backed Lacoste, then I was working with the right builder to build my home. Found out that was wrong. The first signs that there was a problem was when we got news that Jesse Lacoste had been arrested for child abuse. But because our construction loan, had already been started and this was a personal problem, our thinking was we hoped and thought he would get his personal problems handled and get back to work. Then we started hearing about a lot of different things through rumor mill, but we were already locked into a contract, and it seems we needed to try to see it through. When Jesse got home, he hit the ground running, it appeared. Within the next week and a half, he broke ground as far as starting to clear, because we had a wood a lot. He broke ground and started clearing the property. Then because he said only a third of the lot was covered by our loan, we had to agree to change orders to have the whole lot cleared. Jesse was at our lot almost every day working. It appeared that things were getting back on track. Then we started hearing more things, and the next thing we knew, Jesse was in the news for other complaints from other clients. It still appeared that Jesse was continuing to work on our house. It became very hard to know what's rumor and what's real, because he's on our property every day and everything looked like it was.
And he's telling us.
And he's telling us they're all just picking on him. And we were locked into a contract and wanted to and hoped we could see our way through it. Next thing we got news that Jesse's license was suspended, which for the most part brought the building of our home to a screeching halt. Next, Joan and I started finding out that the bank was not going to go after their five-star builder. They're going to hold us financially responsible for all associated costs to our loan, to include all the money the bank gave Jesse for his first draw. The bank's answer to us is simply, we agreed to it. And Joan and I believe that we did our due diligence, we thought we did our due diligence, and that the bank had protections in place to protect the bank and the client. It appears that we have been wrong and taken advantage of on all fronts. We started to question Jesse as far as working on our property daily we're paying for the clearing. If those change orders we were paying for was just way overly priced, and it was his way of keeping money coming in his pocket while he did something for it. So, like, you know what I mean? If it really only cost $1,500 and he was charging us $25,000, we being not in the industry, we don't know the difference. And we didn't have any way to break down or any information as far as accounting of what he's paid for, what he hadn't paid for. So the only thing we know he paid for is those 3 interest loan payments, and we had to fight him to make those payments. And he eventually did, but to no avail. Or if we were simply being overcharged. We have no way to know for sure, but we were talking every day and he was working. Even though we appreciate this hearing to file our complaint, there seems to be very little to no financial recourse that we know about or protection for us as a client if a contractor walks off a job, does not or cannot finish a contract for any reason. Again, in my ignorance or our ignorance, I really believe that there would be clearly defined financial protections for a client. I'm a major, I manage major construction projects for the military. I'm an electrical engineer, and I'm a project manager for multi-million-dollar construction projects. But when you get a contract on a military base or for Department of Defense, they're required to have a performance bond. Now, I know that I didn't hear about any kind of a performance bond with a contractor in the private sector. I just thought somehow there would be something, because if a contractor for any reason can't complete a job on a military installation, we immediately go against that performance bond to make sure that the government's reimbursed. But, you know, I just wanted to give again, we appreciate the opportunity. It may, you know, the way things are done in the private sector are obviously different. And I'm also sharing that I know you, the board here, can't do anything about those type of protections. This is what you have to work with now. So we have to work our way through this process that you have. But there's always improvements to be made in a way where clients, consumers can have financial protections against contractors that, I mean, beyond a judgment is important, but without financial resolution that's realistically able to be captured, then, you know, like you see where we are financially. I feel, and my wife relies on me to make sound business decisions. I've been in business for a long time, but you don't know what you don't know. So,
And Jesse's a smooth talker. He, with every change order that he gave us, he explicitly, explained what it was for, but we got no names, no addresses.
Oh, we
no
don't know who we
companies
hired.
That, he did the work for. James happened to run into one that did some of the clearing on our lot at this building, by the way, and he said he paid him $1,900 to clear our lot, when we paid over $25,000.
$26,000 in change orders.
You know.
I mean, that's the only thing we heard third party. We still don't really know what he paid for or didn't pay for.
I have a question.
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to ask Mr. Lacoste for your money?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is he saying?
And he said he
We
doesn't
don't have it. He's also very casually stated that, well, you know, I'm a construction group. My company doesn't have any money, and the way he's formed business as a business, he gets paid through the company, and he got paid very little. Times he didn't get paid, but whatever the company has is in the company. So if you're suing the company and the company doesn't have any money, I mean, he could say that to me, but I've been in business for many years, and I understand construction. I mean, corporate law and piercing the corporate veil and all those things. And if you're a single member of your business, you're still the principal. So it just makes it very difficult and a very long, and, you know, we don't want to be bothered with all that. If I keep going, I'll go back to the performance bond. With a performance bond, I just file against the insurance company and call it a day. And with something as obvious as this, you know, we would be compensated and can move on with our lives and get another contractor. We've been working on trying to get another contractor. We met one that now we're been better about trying to get some background, and, you know, all that we've heard and what we've seen, his name is Madrill, with Madrill Contractors, that he's a good contractor. But the problem I thought I was going to have when it was first suggested that we move on is, out of the $863,000 for the loan, $147,000 went to Lacoste from the bank, not counting the $110,000 we gave them. And who was going to be able to pick up that and do that for the for what was left, $633,000. the likelihood was slim to none. And then the detail of way the contract was written and what the appraisal was based on, it would be difficult to impossible for a contractor to make any changes that's not going to violate the contract of the appraisal. So that's where we're at. Our hands are tied on every level as far as we know. And the only thing left that the bank is saying is that another gentleman was up here about, I think about a VA loan and only having a year. We're about, which I didn't realize, we're about the end of that year. And the other reason they're saying that you haven't done enough under your contract to make it feasible for you to get an extension, and your contractor doesn't have a license anymore, and on and on and on. So we'd be all right to give you a interest-only loan for a year, to give you a time to try to find another contract or do something, but what we just found out, I thought it was gonna be for $147,000, which is what those $1,069 was based on. No, it's gonna be for all the money they expended, the closing costs, which they said is now 200 and something $1,000 or something. It's just, it's messed up, you know.
Have you sent a certified letter to Jesse Lacoste under Florida Statute 489-1262B? I'll be glad to write that down. It's a certified letter of demand that he complete the job or he refund your monies. Have you sent that letter?
No, we didn't know to do that.
Okay. You have an email address for them? We can send you that statute. It's just you send a certified letter. Should there be a criminal prosecution against Jesse Lacoste for his behaviors, this letter just makes it easier for the prosecutor to do their job. So send a certified letter, and we'll send you out that. We've got your email. We'll send you the statute. It doesn't have to be very fancy. It just has to be a demand letter and has to be certified. Okay?
Finish the project or pay us
Right.
back.
And the language is in the statute, so
Okay.
thank you so much.
All right, thanks. We were told about the next steps, I guess, you know, which we'll walk through, with filing something with the state and whatever, you know. Well, I'd like to get it all, but, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can hold on just a moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we do this like we did Matthew Banks.
So you want a motion?
A motion to consider the violations specified, the alleged violations specified in the investigative report and his demonstrated performance over the last few months as a general contractor, that we take this to disciplinary hearing in January. Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to take it to disciplinary hearing is approved.
That
Thank
hearing,
you.
instead of being the first Wednesday of the month, will be actually on January 11th, and you'll receive a letter from Jennifer Hampton giving that information. She's also going to send you the email on that statute, on the letter to send the demand letter. And if you'll get that out to them, get that sent out and get you a copy, well, it's a green ticket on this certified letter, so make sure you have your green ticket, all right? Thank you so much.
Y'all don't know anything about, with VA, being a VA loan.
We're not involved with the VA.
You may, this is definitely an area where you would want to consult an attorney to make sure your rights are protected, both with Goldwater Bank and with, and on that VA loan, okay? Thank you.
Our next item is Jeannie Johnson, State Certified License Number CGC 1514832, Contractor Competency Board Complaint Number 2211208 COM. It's in regard to Terry Wimette. I'm guessing, homeowner complainant. This is just actually a complainant, not homeowner. And the complaint was filed for the property of 5635 Cruzat Way, Pensacola, Florida, 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Terry Womet, are you present? The complainant is not present. Jeannie Johnson, are you present? Brian Johnson, you're going to represent Jeannie Johnson. Are you going to provide testimony in regard to this case today? All right. Mr. Johnson, if you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in. And a reminder that Ms. Reber is already sworn.
Brian Johnson, 2253 Sandridge Church Road, Grand Ridge, Florida, 32442.
Would you raise your right hand, sir? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to just go through a few questions, and then you can remain standing or you can have a seat. It's up to you. Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, October 14th, 2022.
Were you able to communicate with the complainant about the case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to communicate with the respondent about the case?
I did not hear directly from Ms. Johnson, but I believe she was dealing with the board secretary.
Did the complainant provide any supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda?
Just a complaint form.
Did the respondent provide any supporting documentation?
Nothing at this time.
Were permits obtained? If so, when and what are their status?
There was a permit obtained February 17th, 2021, which originally failed a footing inspection. That inspection subsequently passed on November 3rd, 2022. The permit was reinstated, and there is a final building inspection scheduled today.
All right. At this time, staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
So move.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documents to the file is approved.
And I will say, because Mr. Johnson, Brian, contacted me in regard to this complaint, and it mainly deals with Code Section 1837 D15B, failure to obtain inspection. Mr. Johnson explained to me that it kind of just slipped, not necessarily slipped through the cracks, but the superintendent that was handling this particular project suddenly passed away, and they were not aware that it did not obtain its final inspection. Mr. Johnson ended up taking this project over, and Mr. Johnson, has that final inspection been obtained?
So the final was called in, I think, I spoke to Jennifer maybe, and it was set up, and I'm not sure why, but it was supposed to have been done Monday already, a final on the foundation, so. And I have a contract here stating what we were supposed to do on the job site. I've got pictures of the house before. Elevation certificate was turned in. Finals, I mean, I guess they'll finish that today and we'll know where we're at with that, so. We were foundation only, so those complaints had nothing to do with anything I done, so.
So, Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to this complaint?
The only violation was the 1837 D15B, the failure to obtain inspection. He
And the
is
inspection-
correct.
The inspection is supposed to be taking place.
Right,
So-
it was scheduled, he's correct, it was scheduled Monday. I confirmed this morning, it changed inspectors, and it is scheduled for today.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to dismiss the complaint.
Motion to dismiss?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes. This was back February 2021. And now, I mean, trying to get a final inspection now. What prompted this?
So I had no idea until receiving the letter that came into the office, the complaint.
Mr. Waters, I can probably elaborate a little better on that. Mr. Olmert, the complainant, is an investor. He complained because he said he had a contract on what he was told was a brand-new single-family dwelling. However, when he arranged for a home inspection to, I guess, part of finalizing the deal, he found out, he says it was basically a modular home that had been moved from one lot to another, and that the inspector advised him about the foundation inspection. So, really, he hasn't lost any money, nothing happened, and legitimately, because that's all they did was the foundation, they just weren't aware.
Yeah, Ducky Johnson, the company, had nothing to do with the actual home itself. All they did was shift it from one foundation to another and elevated it to meet the floodplain requirement.
So this final inspection wouldn't have happened if this, the guy that was doing the home inspection wouldn't have discovered it.
Well, I guess go ahead.
So the gentleman taking care of all this, over a year now, fought cancer and just passed away recently. I don't have access. I don't know. It's not an excuse. I don't have access to his emails. Did he receive an email? Did he not pick up the final elevation? Why? I don't know. Can't answer any of this. But since I've picked it up and called in the inspection, so.
Well, it may seem minor to some of y'all, but we got the rules, and I think they apply to everybody. That's all I got to say about
Was
it.
there a time limit on having the inspection done?
So permits, when obtained, you have 180 days to get your inspection. If they should come up close to expiring, you can get an extension. If it should expire, you can get a reinstatement, or request a reinstatement, and it can be reinstated once it's approved by the building official. So there are several options for
And
you.
when is this inspection scheduled?
Today.
So I withdraw my motion. I'd like to see if the inspection passes before.
And I understand that. I will add just a little bit more. When the home was moved, there is, the homeowner that owns it now, she owned all of that. I think it was 3 parcels. She had it moved off of one, moved it, remained, stayed living in it, so she could sell the other parcel. So the home has remained occupied other than the time that it was moved. And I think that might be some of the confusion of not realizing it didn't have that final inspection. I don't know how that works, if it is considered a mobile home as far as, electrical or any of that getting moved, but that wasn't their purview.
There was sub-permitting for this project, for the home to be moved from parcel to parcel. You have your plumbing connections, you have your electrical connections. Those permits remained active. This whole project remained active this whole time because you have those subs obtaining inspections. So this actually never went to an expired status, as far as my knowledge.
So it is an active permit right now.
Yeah, it's an active permit. It just, they need to get their inspection.
I think it's a little premature for us to even consider it.
Mhm.
We could entertain a motion to postpone any final decision until the next session. Entertain a motion?
Yes, sir, I'll so move that. Let it play out.
Is it motion made and seconded to delay any activity on this complaint until the January session? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to delay action on this complaint until January is approved. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Our next item is Chadwick Clerk, state certified license number CBC 1260081, contractor competency board complaint number 2208137 COM. It's in regard to Elaine Magnum, the homeowner complainant at 9005 North Davis Highway, Pensacola, Florida 32514. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Ms. Magnum, are you present? Thank you. Mr. Clark, are you present? And Mr. Clark, I believe you informed me that you have representation. Are they present?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Ms. Magnum, are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Mr. Clark, are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you could both please stand and be sworn in. And just a reminder, Ms. Reaper is already sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Ms. Reaper, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
There was August 1st of 2022.
And were you able to communicate with Ms. Magnum about the case?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. Clark about the case?
Mr. Clark's attorney responded with documentation.
Did Ms. Magnum provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda?
She did, and it is attached.
And the supporting documentation provided by representation, is it attached to the agenda?
Yes, it is.
Were permits obtained? If so, when and what are their status?
Permits were obtained, a commercial re-roof permit and a commercial alteration permit issued on August 23rd, 2022. Those permits are expired.
Staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to accept all documentation into the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case?
Code Section 1837D15B, failure to obtain inspections. As I stated, the permits were obtained, but there was no inspections.
Ms. Magnum, if you can come to the podium, this is your opportunity to address the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'll be recusing myself on this case. I'll be recusing myself on this case.
Okay, go ahead. You need to do that.
Yeah. Mr. Clark and I are working together on some projects.
Are you explaining that you're currently involved in contractual or relate with a, I didn't quite catch what you said.
I am, yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure. So without you on the, without Randy Oglesby being involved in this, we will still have quorum for the purposes of the hearing, as long as Mr. Lister doesn't leave. I know he's got somewhere to be as well.
He's got till 12:30.
Okay, and by the way, that clock's wrong. By the way, the clock's wrong up there, so you got more than it looks like.
Well,
All right, I'll
it's
get a
only
form.
10:30, so you got time.
Just to establish the way that this, so the way that the 8B form works is it says a person holding elective or appointed county municipal or other local public office must abstain from voting on a measure which would inure to his or her special private gain or loss. And that's not your position. Your position is that you would have bias involving this case.
That's correct.
Okay. That's what I need to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Magnum, you can go ahead.
My name is Elaine Magnum, 9005 North Davis Highway, Pensacola. I own a commercial business in Pensacola and was hit by a tornado last June of 2021. I hired Mr. Clark, Atlas Builders, to come and redo my building. We had severe damage to our building, and Mr. Clark agreed to come out and do a total renovation of my building. He started the work, but I'm not familiar with all the building codes, but we debated back and forth as to a number of issues that would be taking place on my building, and Mr. Clark did not, in my opinion, do anything up to code. I can give you an example if you need one. We had severe damage on an exterior wall, and we moved it in 8 feet, or 6 or 8 feet closer to the back of the building, and he constructed a wall of a concrete block, no footer, no header, no rebar, not tied into my trusses. I had a brand-new roof that needed to be put on, didn't use the proper material. It doesn't have a pitch on the roof like it's supposed to. It pools, which holds water. I asked him not to spray foam in the interior of the building before it rained to make sure the roof didn't leak. They did it anyways because he told me he was the general contractor. I wasn't. The roof leaks. To this day, it still leaks. The contract was signed in August of last year, and it was supposed to be completed in November of last year. As of December of last year, a customer that was in my building was pointing out something that wasn't quite right, and Mr. Clark's superintendent said that he was not going to have anyone questioning his work, and he walked off the job. My building has been incomplete since December of last year. The contract was for $443,000, of which I've paid him a little under $200,000, and basically everything he did for me, I have to go back and redo, including taking down that concrete block wall and taking off the entire roof in my building. He also put up or opened up the inside of my building so that the rooms were all open. And when he did that, they did not properly support the concrete block that's left there, and it is coming down and the walls are separating. I have a lot of work that needs to be done, and basically everything he did was not up to code. We had no inspections except for an electrical inspection, which I demanded from the electrician. Other than that, no inspections, no blueprints, no engineering work, and he can state that they had blueprints. They never provided any to me or to the company that I hired to come and do an inspection report, Arcadia Construction Consultants. They never provided any blueprints. And I have a question. I don't understand how he could get a permit without ever providing blueprints on such a large job. I don't understand the code. I don't know how this could happen. How could he get a permit to do my building for that kind of money with no blueprints submitted to the county? No inspections required. No one stops by my building and checks it out. I'm on Davis Highway. No inspections were ever done. I don't
Any
know.
questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Not having any idea what this building looks like, et cetera. This block wall, is it a structural?
It is. It's 44 feet long.
Okay, my structural, and I don't want to try to convolute, but is it holding up the building, or is this something that was put additional to the building freestanding?
No.
It sounded like there's a building there, and they put up a wall.
Well, what
but it's
happened
not-
is when we got hit by the tornado, the front of the building got severely damaged. So the
Okay.
wall had to be rebuilt.
Right.
So when we went to rebuild the wall, we moved it back. So
Right.
that wall is supposed to be holding part of that roof and the side walls, and it does not.
Is it a metal building?
No, well, they're putting metal on the outside.
But I mean, is the,
No, it's concrete block. The whole building is concrete block. And now they put up the metal siding, and I went and checked the building on a Saturday when we were closed, and they put up the metal siding with regular 2x4s, no pressure treated, no barrier between the metal and the block. So they had to take it all down and redo it, and still it's not right. So my building is a concrete block, but we're putting metal on the outside. So the metal isn't really supporting the building, it's just.
I understand it's
Right.
cosmetic, but
Right.
the block itself is holding the roof up?
Yeah, well, you would hope, but it's not, there's no beams tied into the wall.
So-
Basically, if you hit that wall with a truck, you're gonna knock that wall down.
But is the roof gonna collapse?
If the wall comes down, yes, probably in
Because
the
the
front of the
difference
building.
is, you know, a lot of these metal buildings, they have the purlins and the, you know, beams and stuff.
There's no beams in between, like holding up the roof. The wall should be holding up that roof in the front of the building. Whether it does or not, I don't know. I don't know the building code, I don't know if he should have got inspections, but when my trusses were damaged in the tornado, there were no new trusses put in, no truss work done to make sure that that wall was properly supported.
I have a question for staff then. Has anybody from the building department went and looked to see if this is like structural type stuff, Mr. Tim, or?
I believe we haven't been called for an inspection yet.
Okay.
And it may not match it may not match the scope of work that was submitted. Could be the answer on.
Gotcha.
You know, what was
I'm just curious,
submitted
'cause sometimes
versus
you-
what was done.
Right.
And if it didn't match, most of the time, we'd say, oh, you know, there's some structural work being done, we need
Right.
plans. It just depends on the scope of work.
And that happens. We all know that
Absolutely.
during the course of construction.
But we won't know unless we do an inspection.
Too bad. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions? Mrs. Mangum? Thank you.
Mr. Clark, this is your opportunity to address the board.
Chad Clark with Atlas Builders Group. My address is 7513 Highway 90, Milton, Florida, 32583. Okay. I didn't receive payment from Ms. Magnum on an invoice I had sent in. So that brought me to, that I worked then and thereafter 45 days. She wouldn't get out of my way to work. She actually told me to get off her premises, that she did not want us to finish the job. I could not finish the job to a certain degree to get an inspection in there. That's all I have to say.
We understood today that we'd be talking about failure to get a permit. I mean, if we want to address all these things she just brought up, we can address the engineers right there. We could address all those things, but we expected to be here today to talk about why he didn't get a permit, and I think that's what he's addressing. Check, you go ahead.
And that is correct.
Do you have anything?
Yeah, I'll just add that in reviewing this, we did come to the conclusion that because the contract was terminated and she did not allow him to come on the property, I felt like there was nothing we could move forward with because we don't know if it's the structural issues that she's talking about. There is a DBPR complaint in there, and they arrived at that same, they said they weren't qualified to say if it's in violation or not.
Ms. Magnum is raising her hand to address the board. Ms. Magnum, you'll need to come up to the podium and speak.
I never did tell Chad Clark never to come back on my building. That's not a true statement. They walked off the job when his superintendent, Daniel, was addressed by a customer asking why they were putting the concrete empty bags into the wall instead of putting rebar and concrete. You have to understand, Pro Rents, which is the building that we're talking about, I own that building. I work there every single day. So I was always on that job site, and I was questioning what he was doing because I didn't believe it was up to code. He never provided engineering, never provided blueprints, didn't pull the proper permits, and I did not tell Mr. Chadwick he could not come back on my property. The only time I said that he could not come back on my property is when I went to the Department of Professional Regulation, and they told me to have him come back on the project and pay him what I owed him. I said, before I ever do that, someone needs to come out to my building and inspect it, and no one ever has.
So, Ms. Magnum, are you saying that you would allow Mr. Clark to come out and finish this project?
Without proper supervision, absolutely not, because nothing on that building has been to code. And somebody needs to come out and see my building before I ever allow him to come back on my property. That wall, if it falls, will kill somebody. And who's it gonna fall on? Me? I don't think so.
Okay, Ms. Magnum just told you that she's never told him not to return. On October 13th, when we filed our response, and this should be in the documents you have, there was a letter from Ms. Magnum dated January 12th of 2022, and it specifically says, she sent it to me, please ask your client to refrain from returning to my job site until further notice. I am presently seeking legal advice as to how to move forward with this job. She specifically told him not to come back. The job's not complete because she told him not to come back. He got a 558 letter. Do I need to be sworn?
You're an attorney.
He got that's funny. He got a 558 letter, which he sent to me. He went out and did the inspection with the engineer. We told her attorney what he would do if she would pay him what she already owes him. He was willing to go back and finish the job. They would not allow that. They filed a lawsuit against him. So that's where we are today.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Does the payment that's been made, to date, whatever that date was, does it justify the percentage of work completed?
I don't know about percentage of work.
So
She's made two payments that total 170 something, and she owes 108 now. The current invoice is 108 something, which
And the
was not
reason-
paid. That was from
Mr. Clark?
October of last year, November of last year was that invoice. And I don't think you were provided that. I've got it if you want to see it. I'll let him talk about percentage completion. I don't know.
As far as a percentage of completion, there were several items that were completed out there that was on the invoice that wasn't paid for. That did total up $108,000. As far as getting into that, if we need to get into that, we can get into that. But as far as, the reason we didn't have any inspections was because I did get removed from the job. I couldn't get to the end of it to get it finished, to where I could bring somebody in to have it inspected. And as far as, I'm probably not supposed to say this, but as far as those joists are concerned, there is a system that is going to be, that was going to be tied down on it. It's evident they're on the walls, but that's neither here nor there. I was removed from the job, so I couldn't finish it. I've never had a problem like this in my life. Been in business for 25 years.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, sir.
I know that building. The exterior walls, the load-bearing walls, they're blocked. If you move that wall in to, 15 feet in and lay another block wall as a load-bearing wall, there's a load-bearing wall.
I understand that, sir.
We could have the engineer address that. The complaint says he didn't call in a permit. And so we just explained that. Now, if you want to talk about that, that's fine. The engineer's
The
here.
complainant can talk about whatever they want to in their complaint. But what she just stated, I know for a fact that it is, and the building inspection office Mr. Talbot, you guys definitely need to send somebody out there and look at it. You can't lay a block wall without the rebar and the footer under it and pour those cells and anchor it down.
Yeah,
The notice we were provided for a hearing today was about not getting.
Surprise.
Okay, surprises are okay.
we're happy to go look at it.
Just so I can help everybody understand, what was noticed today was what we knew of at the time. The board can, not necessarily surprise you, that's not the intention of that, is to make you aware of other problems that they see based on the facts that are presented today. And they can
Sorry
take a
you're
look at this,
surprised.
and they can take a look at this and it's not that they're going to do a hearing on the probable cause for that item. It's something that they can redirect the building inspection department to go back and do some follow-up, and then they can continue this to another date once they've done that follow-up.
If I ask, what's the complaint that we need to respond to? And I'm told it's not calling in a permit, and then we come in to talk about not getting a permit.
Mr. Counsel, I may be able to help you a little bit, just as a contractor myself. How do we know whether or not it even needs a permit until we find out that this thing is structural? Now, if this is correct, I mean, I think everybody in here would say there's a big alarm going off.
No, he has the permit. What he doesn't have is inspection.
Inspection.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's very critical.
Look at it. I'm not complaining to that.
So
My
I
only
think
complaint
that
is
for
we
us
were
to
told
talk
this.
about this inspection,
Everybody's talking at the same time.
excuse me, I was talking. For us to be questioned about this inspection has to do with the structural wall. This is very much within the confines. Your client may not be guilty of anything here, but this is definitely within our scope of trying to figure out what the heck's going on here. Okay? No surprises. This is just us doing our job. It's just us doing our job. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if there is extra work that has been done that was not on the original scope, it's an easy fix, and if it requires engineering, we'll ask for it.
Yeah. Based on what we've heard so far, I suggest that we consider delaying any action on this complaint until January and to allow the building inspection department to conduct an inspection. I'll entertain a motion to do that.
Mr. Chairman, it'll be a courtesy inspection. It won't be an official
I know.
inspection until they call us.
I understand. Entertain a motion?
Motion.
So what you're
Motion made.
asking,
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I just want to make sure I get the record clear. So what's going to happen, and make sure you understand, the complaints and the concerns that have been brought forward today, there's not going to be any action on it by the board, but the board is requesting that the building inspection department go out and do a courtesy inspection to tell us the status of the status of the building itself,
Yes.
of the wall that's in question.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you understand?
Yes, and also be aware, until an official inspection is called for, we can't make a determination whether it passes or fails because the contractor has the opportunity to fix something he might discover is wrong.
Also, there is additional information. Your engineer is here with you.
It's his, but yes.
Okay, the engineer is here with you. The board may want to ask some questions of the engineer to make sure that when Building Inspections Department goes out there to do this courtesy inspection, that you have all the information before you request that.
I would like to ask.
Okay.
Okay.
If that's
We'll
okay,
delay.
we'd
Can I
have,
ask a quick, I guess you have, does he need to do anything with the permit for the inspection you're gonna do? I know it's expired.
It has expired? Well, not for an unofficial courtesy visit.
okay. So if you could have your engineer come forward, and your engineer will need to be sworn in.
If we could get your name and address for the record.
My name is Joshua Huber. My address is 3125 Alicante Street, Pensacola, Florida, 32526.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please explain to the board how you are licensed and your qualifications as an engineer, please.
Okay. I'm licensed, I'm a Florida licensed engineer. I have been since 2011. I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, a master's degree in civil and structural engineering, additional graduate studies in applied mathematics. I own Huber Engineering, which is my firm. I also partner with companies such as Addison Riley for doing consulting for like damaged buildings, hurricane-related things. I act as an expert witness in a lot of cases like that. Just flew in from Daytona Beach doing inspections down there for Hurricane Nicole last night. So if my speech is a little slurred, I'm a little tired.
Did you prepare a report, or are you just here to testify from what you've conducted?
I didn't prepare a report specifically for this meeting, but I have given reports in the past for this project.
All right, and so have you seen this project?
Yes.
Recently?
Earlier this year. I haven't been there in a couple of months, but
Okay.
yeah.
You haven't been there since they no longer were, the construction company was no longer going out?
Correct.
All right. If you could tell, the board knows how to ask the questions regarding the construction and the engineering. Do you want to handle the questioning?
Yeah. What about this wall, the exterior wall that was moved in?
So a little bit of background on the building. It was built, I believe, in 1967, if I remember correctly, which predates not only the Florida Building Code, but the model codes that were adopted. And so in going into it, when you go into a building with damage from a hurricane or whatever, in the current existing building code, it gives levels of severity, so to speak. Where if it's less than substantial structural damage, there are certain things that have to happen. If it's greater, if it is substantial structural damages, there are. And in my opinion, the damages that occurred on this building did not meet the building code definition of substantial structural damage. So in that respect, the Florida Building Code says that you're allowed to repair it back to its, restore it back to its pre-damage condition. So we're looking at restoring something back to a pre-damaged condition on a building that was 1967, that was built in 1967. There were some additional items that were proposed, from what I understand, by Atlas Builders to, even though the requirement is to pre-damaged condition, to at least strengthen a few things here and there, like the attachment of the trusses to the walls, things like that. The wall that you're talking about, an engineering detail was provided that showed how to install a footing underneath it, how to attach it to the footing, how to install the headers in it, and then how to attach the trusses to that wall. It just hasn't been built yet.
Or has it been done yet?
Correct. And I believe that letter was given to them in January. I'd have to double check that.
You're saying if he moved that front exterior wall in, you're saying that wall hasn't been built yet?
It's been partially built. I went out there during construction and informed them about the requirements for a footing and additional tie down, and then provided engineering to do that.
Okay, so it hasn't been done because he's been told to leave the job site. Is that the reason?
I'm not really privy to the details of the disagreement between the two people. I've just been asked to provide engineering consulting.
Okay. So definitely need to go take a look.
Happy to do so.
You said that you provided a letter to them. Are you talking about to the construction company or to the attorney or to the owner of the building?
To Atlas Builders.
To Atlas Builders, okay. Counsel, is that something that would be available for our review, or has it been already provided?
It has not been provided, and I have it here. You can get a copy.
Okay, if you could let me have a copy of that, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. Did you have anything else you wanted to add that would assist this board in understanding the status of that building and the construction of the engineering involved in making that wall a safe wall?
Nothing I can think of.
So it's not just the wall she's saying. There's an interior cutout in a block wall and securing the roof. So
Yeah, the roof hadn't been secured.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
yeah, that it wasn't just about the interior or that exterior wall that was moved to an interior portion of the slab. It's also a cutout, like, see how that door is right there? There's a wall coming across, just cut into a block wall. That's gotta be supported. I mean, I've looked at some of your engineering drawings before too, and they are not easy to do.
Right.
So, and also how to secure that roof. That's what she's saying the problems are, and that's what, as a minimum, need to be looked at.
Have you reviewed that interior wall, the question that he's asking about cutting the hole into an interior wall?
I believe that was addressed in the letter that I had provided to the attorneys.
Okay, so that would have been something you looked at and you expressed an opinion in the letter that you provided to the attorney?
I believe so, because
Okay.
we responded to a letter from Arcadia, and if that was something that they mentioned in their letter, then that was something we addressed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the revised plan, has that been submitted to inspection department for
No.
review? Okay. And simply because they're not doing the job anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Back to a motion to extend.
I've got one question, so.
Go ahead.
Is the complainant going to allow the contractor to finish the job?
Her statement previously was it would be done under supervision. Now,
But again, whose supervision? Is she hiring a owner's rep? Third party? Because, I mean, this will have a lot to do with as we move forward, because if that's not going to be the case, then if it's just a complaint right now about that there's no inspections, and if the job is in a position where it's not ready to be inspected, then there's really no case here.
What needs to be inspected is what he has done already.
To that portion of it.
Right, that needs to be looked at by the building inspection office to see if it would meet what the engineer designed, or if they did something that shouldn't have been done because it needed an engineer design.
Well, if he's not to the point of requesting inspection, then I guess the
Would he be
argument could
allowed-
be
yeah.
that.
Would he be allowed the time to complete it? To
You know
where
what I'm
it gets
saying?
to
It's kind of a catch.
All right, let me build this wall and secure the roof to it. Now you come out, look, and I know all of that stuff wasn't done right. I know that it's not done right. I'm telling you that, I know that it's not.
Mr. Chairman, that could be why the contractor has not called for inspection yet. He's discovered.
That's what I'm
that
saying, he could.
Extra work needs to be
Yeah.
done, engineering, and
It's
then
not
the-
ready to be inspected.
I mean, it could be, it could be.
Just go and look and make an assessment. That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
First.
That being the
The
case,
courtesy.
entertain a motion to delay any further action on this complaint until the January meeting, and they have a report back from the building official.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Can I ask a
Being
question?
none, I'm in the middle of a.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. The motion is approved. Now,
Can I ask a question now, or is it too late?
the motion's passed. It's going to be delayed until
Mr.
January.
Waters, do you have personal knowledge that you just talked about of
Yeah,
this building?
I go there. I know Chad Clark. I know
So
the,
I think you just
Mr.
said that
Huber.
you know it's not done right,
Yeah,
and you didn't recuse yourself.
no,
Thank you.
because I can make a unbiased decision because I don't have nothing against him. I just know that the work is not done right.
It's not done.
Okay.
our next item is James F. Howard, State Certified License Number CGC 1517819, Contractor Competency Board Complaint Number 2211216 COM. It's in regard to Dylan and Chandra Carlson, homeowner complainant at 11152 Bridge Creek Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32506. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. and Mrs. Carlson, are you present? No response. And Mr. Howard, are you present? Again, no response. Ms. Reber's already sworn in, so we'll move on. Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
There was November 7th, 2022.
Oops. And were you able to communicate with the Carlsons about this complaint?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to communicate with Mr. Howard about this complaint?
Yes, I was.
Did the Carlsons provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda?
They did, and it is attached.
And did Mr. Howard provide any supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda?
He did not.
Were permits obtained? If so, when, and what are their status?
The roof was installed without a permit, but Mr. Howard has obtained a permit, and the final inspection is scheduled again for tomorrow. I'm sorry, it's scheduled for today. I was just looking to see if it happened. I made contact with the inspector this morning, asking him to let me know the status of it, but I don't think it's been done yet.
Staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to move all documentation into the file. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the documents have been attached to the file.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to this case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
Code Section 1837D8. The homeowner alleges that there was damage to her pool and some damage inside. When the damage to the pool was when they pulled the old roof off. She claims that there were shingles that went in and tore her pool liner, and also that the roof leaked and caused some interior damage. Code Section 1837D15C. Basically, he finished the job and had not obtained a permit or any inspections.
But you got an inspection today?
Inspections, yes, he got the permit yesterday,
Okay.
and the inspection's scheduled for today. Yeah, and the only other thing I could add is he had given her his insurance information to file claims on the insurance
Okay.
for her damages.
That's it for staff's case.
Should we move it and see if the inspection passes?
I'm sorry?
Yes, the question is, should we move it to the next, to see if the inspection passes? Because, given that additional information about the insurance company and damage, that should alleviate that issue. And, it's being inspected today, and there's no further activity that we can do until we know whether it passes inspection.
So I would motion that we delay this until the January meeting.
Is motion made? Is there a second?
I second it.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none.
Yes.
Huh? Go ahead.
I don't think it's about did he pass inspection. You know, so we come back and it passed inspection, then what?
Well, the complaint alleges mismanagement. Well, it's not really mismanagement. It was damage to the pool, and that's being taken care of.
The insurance company.
Yes, right. And the job finished without a permit being pulled. The permit has been pulled. It's been
So
inspected.
you get caught not doing that and you just go in there and do it and then it's all good. You know what I'm saying? That's what the code violations are. Did it violate them or not? That's how I see this. I don't see it, well, let's see if it passed inspection, and if it did, everything's good.
Well, what has been identified as job finished without a permit being pulled.
Well, so
That's not true.
It is true. He completed the job, and once he was notified of this complaint, he then pulled the permit.
Okay. But then let's decide that.
I apologize, I didn't understand, that he had not pulled a permit originally, that it just had not had the inspection. So I would like to withdraw my motion based on the full information here.
I'll withdraw my second.
So,
And based on that, I motion that we move to disciplinary hearing.
second.
Motion made to, seconded to move to disciplinary hearing. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion is approved to move this complete to disciplinary hearing.
Staff's going to request that we take a short little break. I want to find out for disciplinary. I see that there are some people present, and typically when there's a party present, we like to move those to the top.
Yep.
So if we could take a quick break.
Yep.
And then reconvene.
We give you 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, how can I help you?
I have a question. I know your public forum is closed, but
We're on the record still, right? Yes.
would it be possible for me as just a person to make some comments in general?
State your name, sir.
My name is William Carney.
Carney?
Carney, C-A-R-N-E-Y. My address is 3338 Indian Hills Drive, Pace, Florida.
That would be up to the chairman.
Well, we're in recess for,
How about if they're unofficial?
How long is it?
wait a minute.
2 minutes or less.
Yes, sir. If you would like to go ahead and have recess and then him come and address whenever we reconvene.
That's fine, but we can't do it while we're in recess. That was my question.
So,
In 10 minutes.
We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
You come back in a minute.
we can do that.
he staying or he's leaving?
Mr. William is actually not going to speak, but he addressed me and Tim earlier, and he had accolades for this board and how they operate. That's what he wanted to let everyone know. Are you?
I just want to tell you, I know I'm not supposed to talk, I just want to tell you that I'm on the board of directors of Pace Water System, been there 11 years. I wanted to see how you folks do it. You guys need a pay raise. Well done. Working on that. Well done, all of you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay.
Now we've into restitution.
Yes.
We are going to move on to our restitution hearing. Let me grab my handy dandy glasses. Item 9.1 is Jesse Lacoste doing business as Lacoste Construction Group LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980, contractor competency board complaint number 2208149 COM. It's in regards to Carrie and Jackie Brown, the homeowner complainants at 11122 Seaglade Drive in Pensacola, Florida 32507. As you can recall, at our last meeting, this item came up for disciplinary hearing, and at that time, we did not have any request for restitution or proof of a restitution amount. So we continued this hearing to this month to see if we could obtain that information for this board. Melissa, were you able to obtain some information in regard to that?
There is additional documentation. The Browns are out of country.
So I'm bringing up on your screen. Whoa. I'm trying to enlarge this for you. This is their additional documentation in regard to restitution amount. It appears that they have a Total Connect Technology invoice in the amount of $2,122.80. They have an invoice from an attorney, a second invoice from an attorney, a third invoice from an attorney. Melissa, did we happen to add this up?
I think he has a recap
At the bottom? Yeah, because this is quite a bit of paperwork.
There may have.
There we go.
There you go.
Here it is.
There
It's
it
at the
is.
bottom of this spreadsheet
Yes.
provided by the Browns for a total of $293,835.05.
And this is reference the complaint number,
This is for your restitution hearing on
Yeah.
your,
but the amount goes against the rest, in response to the complaint.
yeah,
Okay.
2208149.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the restitution amount of $293,835.05.
I have a question first.
Yes.
On the spreadsheet, it shows allowance. Is all that included? It just says allowance. Is that part of the loss, or has it been? It doesn't show that. I didn't understand that.
Go back to allowance. Scan down. Right at the bottom. Whoa, whoa. There's that, the allowance, you got all these allowances.
The Browns are not present to be able to answer that question for you. This
Okay.
is their provided spreadsheet.
Do we have a calculation as to how much they paid out? Do you have a calculation on how much they paid?
I don't have that in front of me. It would
Okay.
have to be going back to,
Here, I have their proof of payment up here,
and it's in,
from Seaglade, but this looks like it was for one draw, draw number 4. Oh. On here, it looks to be at this point in March of 2022, the total funds up to that date were $104,944.66 at that time.
64 cents or 54?
66.
And I think what you'll see is there were subcontractors that were not paid, that the Browns had to pay.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
we
Which-
needed a number that's exactly what they,
So within this restitution backup documentation are invoices and statements and items. I mean, it's a large group of documents of stuff that they've paid out. And then down bottom is their spreadsheet, a recap of everything they've.
yeah, the point is, that when it shows an allowance,
Did they pay the allowance?
did they pay that?
That was the reason for the
See,
question.
that affects the total amount. That's what we're trying to drive at. The $298,000 may not be $298,000.
Not
It appears we're gonna have to follow up with them and find out that
I think
information.
so.
Based on discussions at the table, it doesn't appear that information has been provided, or we don't have detailed information. We'll follow up and get that information for the board, and we'll have it for you at the next
I think the
hearing.
board can just decide to move this till we get the information we need.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on to the next one. Restitution hearing is postponed.
Okay.
You want that set on the January 11th date?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move into item 10-1. And my request to the board was to move all disciplinary hearings that have parties present up.
Yes.
Do we need a motion for that?
Does the board have any objection to that? Anyone?
I don't have an objection.
All right. So item 10-1 is Joseph L. Morales doing business as At Home Contracting, Inc., state certified license number CRC 1329074. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209157 COM. It's in regard to Tom Minto, the homeowner complainant at 12862 Island Spirit Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32506. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Is Mr. Minto present? Mr. Minto is not present. And you are Mr. Morales, correct? Mr. Morales, are you going to provide any testimony in regard to this hearing today?
Yes, ma'am. Any questions the board have for me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Morales, if you could go ahead and be sworn in and state your name and address for the record.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Joseph Morales, 326 Cybert Avenue, Destin, Florida, 32541.
At this time, staff would request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Who was that? Moved? Sorry.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move the documentation into the file is approved.
Thank you. Staff would request now, Ms. Reber, was there any additional documentation provided after that probable cause hearing?
There was not. This surrounded Mr. Morales getting a final inspection. The permit had terminated. I believe the day before the hearing, he had gone out and made the repairs that the homeowner had complained about, but just had not reinstated the permit and got the final inspection. And I don't see that it's still been reinstated and inspected.
All right. Since the complainant is not present, Mr. Morales, this is your opportunity to speak in regard to the counts that are on your screen up there. We're going to keep this limited to only addressing these two items, failure to obtain an inspection and misconduct or incompetency by failing to address leak issues with the screen room addition.
Okay. Well, I have a permit tech that takes care of, J.D. Castro has been taking care of all these items for us.
What's the name?
J.D. Castro.
Thank you.
J.D. of course has been let go, and that's part of I was gonna do once we finish here, I'll be handling any of the, things that need to be handled with the county. As far as how,
We're just trying to make sure that we're following, but you're addressing your comments to the board.
okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. We're just trying to make sure we're following up on what you're telling us.
Protocol.
Yeah, right. Gentlemen of the board, first I want to apologize for missing the earlier meeting. I was late to the meeting, you guys had already called me. So that's brings me to the disciplinary hearing. I think we probably could have wrapped it all up at the last hearing, but Mr. Minto has been made whole. He was complaining about a leak that we're just shorthanded and couldn't get there to get it done. Of course, it's been done and he's happy. So I'm sure that hasn't he contacted you guys to address that and say he is happy with everything?
He did go ahead and speak at the last hearing, and he advised the board that, you know, you had a crew out there that came in and took care of everything. That is, the remaining item was the permit.
So you've had an inspection.
So the permit right now is still showing as expired?
Yes, the permit is expired and did not have a final inspection, so it needs to be reinstated and a final inspection conducted. And this was a screen room, if I'm
Correct,
not
insulated
mistaken.
top screen room.
And the leak in the room has been fixed.
Yes, and Mr. Mentos was here at the last meeting, the homeowner, and indicated that it had been taken care of.
For my permit tech, gentlemen, I've been getting conflicting information. I just need to, I've got two other counties that I'm having to deal with this similar type issue, so, with Ms. Castro, so, if the board could give me a little bit of time to take care of this, it will be handled.
What's the pleasure of the board? He did fail to get an inspection.
Well, with the screen room, there's only one inspection, the final.
It's not just an inspection, he didn't obtain the permit as well, is that correct?
That is correct, I did have a permit.
Didn't get a permit or the permit expired?
He did obtain a permit. The permit is currently expired.
Expired.
It will need reinstatement.
So he did get one originally?
Yes.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure we get it clarified.
Yes.
Okay.
Engineering and permitting, yes, sir.
So what they was trying to do it without the permit per se, it just it expired and will be reinstituted.
She didn't call it in when the job was finished, that's all.
That makes sense. Understood.
And did you say you used a permit expediter?
Yes, well, she worked for me full-time, but yes. That was her job, just to handle the counties and permits. So I worked from Pensacola to Panama City. So there's quite a few folks to deal with there, including cities and municipalities.
Okay, still need to decide.
I mean, we can go through the counts and you can make a decision on each individual
Count one.
count. As to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of failure to obtain inspection? Keep in mind that Mr. Morales is a state certified contractor and this board is limited on what you can do. You only have the ability to suspend or revoke his permitting privileges in Escambia County.
Motion to find him in violation of count one.
Is a motion. Is there a second? He said he made a motion to find him in violation of count one.
Which is failure to obtain inspection.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, count one is found guilty.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of any other form of misconduct or incompetency?
Entertain a motion to find him not guilty.
Make a motion that we dismiss that charge.
Motion made to dismiss the charge of count two. Is there a second?
Second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
How many?
Mr. Waters?
That was me.
That was Oglesby as a second.
No, he's
So
saying,
Waters made the,
yeah, the objection,
nay,
the nay, right?
yes.
Are we
You're the
using-
nay.
Are we gonna use the term guilty or in violation of?
That sounds so much better.
It's in violation of,
In violation
In
of.
violation.
or not in violation
Yes,
of.
okay.
So
But count two, the vote right now would be
not
in
in
violation
violation
of
of.
count two.
Yes.
And it passes because there was only one nay vote.
Accurate.
Now then, go back to count one.
As to count one, the board can make a decision to have no, to take no disciplinary action, or you can suspend or revoke permitting privileges. So you do have the option of taking no action, not just suspension or revocation. There
Okay.
is no fines associated with this.
No. Entertain a motion of no action.
I make a motion of no action on count one.
Keep in mind, once you make a determination in regard to disciplinary action, you also have to do a recommendation to the CILB. So even if you take no action, you can make a further recommendation to the CILB.
Yeah.
Or take no action in that regard as well.
That action it could be a letter of reprimand or a notice of reprimand, whatever. But we've got to find him. No action on our part, but we do have to report to CILB. We have a motion.
There's a motion on the table. I don't have a second.
Yeah, is there a second?
Can you repeat that motion?
That he's found in violation, that we take no action on the part of this board. We still have the requirement to
So
report.
at this point, Mr. Morales, by this board, has been found in violation of count one. You have to determine some form of action or no action for the disciplinary.
That's right,
portion.
but we still have to report it to the CILB.
You
which
should
we
probably
can
take this one bite at a time.
Yes.
So let's start with the determination of whether or not this board is going to take any action regarding
That's
permitting
why we have the
privileges.
motion on the floor that I need a second for.
So that, the motion on the floor is that there
Is
be
no
no
action.
action taken towards the permitting privileges.
Yes.
Okay, just to keep the record clear.
We've got to have something.
I would second that.
Motion made and seconded to take no action by this board.
So this would be the opportunity, now that it's been seconded, if you have any reservations or you want to have further discussion, now would be the opportunity to have that discussion regarding the motion that's before the board, which is the no action.
Yeah, my comments would be that it has to be noted, we can't just let violations go and say nothing about them. You know,
Well, here's my point. There's very little action we could do.
right. But I'm saying
But
I want
we-
it to be known that it happened.
It will,
Yeah,
it will, if
yeah.
we report it to the CILB, which is what we have to do.
Yeah, not only that, but for the individual doing the violations to know that something's gonna happen when you do these.
I understand, sir.
Yeah, it's for
I'll
the
be handling it
public.
myself from here on out.
Yeah, all right.
I'm downsized.
Okay.
At 50% of our business.
We
so
have
I
a
can't
motion
handle all these things.
for no action by this board. have a second?
Put a letter of
Time to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, the motion to take no action by this board is approved.
And now the board has to determine a recommendation to the Construction Industry Licensing Board.
We'll make a recommendation to the CILB that they take action to give him a letter of reprimand.
Is that a motion?
That's my proposal for, I can't make motions.
Right.
That's what I propose.
So you need a first? You need someone to make that
Yeah,
motion?
I need a motion.
Motion.
I'll second the motion.
Was that Mr. Patel?
Second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Yes.
Gentlemen, and
Any further discussion?
Ms. Merrick with the DBPR has also been filled in on what's going on as well. I've been keeping her in contact with this issue here.
Okay, everybody understand? We got a motion? That they be, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to refer the CILB of a letter of reprimand is approved. That's all we
Thank you,
have.
gentlemen. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Just so you know, what will happen is you'll prepare a letter to go out to you. So you'll have notice of what happened today. You'll have a copy of the letter. Okay, it'll be signed.
Where should I need to go talk to somebody about, I want to make sure anything else like this is staying.
If you will go and talk to Tracy Goodwin in the permitting division, she's my lead permit tech, she can assist you.
Oh, no, it's Alton's leaving. It's Alton's leaving.
Who's left?
See you. Alton.
We're going to jump down to item 3, Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 2828-12001, contractor competency board complaint number 2208145 COM. It's in regard to Rodney and Cynthia Nowlin, homeowner complainants at 7101 Klondike Road, Pensacola, Florida 32526. Just let it be known that Mr. Lister had to leave the dais. He had a previously scheduled obligation. And we still have a quorum with 5 members present. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. and Ms. Nowlin, you are present. Are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Mr. Banks, are you present? Again, Mr. Banks is not present. Mr. Nowlin, if you could please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in. And a reminder that Ms. Reber is sworn.
Rodney Nowlin, 7101 Klondike Road.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, staff would request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So move.
Motion made.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documentation into the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, was any additional documentation provided after that hearing?
Nothing additional.
Awesome, thank you. Hi. This is your opportunity to address the counts that were detailed in the administrative complaint. You can go ahead.
So, same story, different person. I mean, what y'all got is, you know, guilty of everything and probably a lot more. But, you know, we gave him the down payment, 67,362. We've got a new contractor since then. So pretty much had to go in and tear the shower out, redo it. They messed up the flooring in it. New contractor come in, had to tear it out. Had to tried to fix what was still there. Did a flood test, did it twice, it failed. So we got to take out the bottom row of tile. Was recommendation, well, the contractor went and looked, see if they could find the same lot for the tile for color purposes, so it's not a big difference
Yeah.
in that. Cannot find the lot because it's been so long. They had people searching for it, cannot find it. So now we gotta take all the tile out of the shower to get a match. So, you know, that's another $3,000 for the tile for the shower. Storage, you know, I got 3,000 in storage that I've been paying for ever since October of 20. Plumbing, they come to find out the plumbing, he snuck a guy in there. Nelson did the plumbing, and we said, right after they got done, I said, hey, what about, you know, stubbing out for the addition on the back? So that afternoon, next day, I guess they brought somebody else in because Nelson has come out there. L.A. Johnston has got a hold of Nelson Plumbing, which did the plumbing, and they said they did not do the stub out when they tied back in to go to the addition. So we got to tear the floor back out because the slope on it is, you know, it runs downhill, not up. So slope's running down on that, so we got to tear that out. So really, anything they've done did to my house is, we got to go back and redo it. So, you know, with saying that, it's coming up to a total of about $78,000, about $500 because it's $1,800, probably labor for the redo the shower once they get in, you know, tear it all out, redo the shower, and the tearing the floor up and redoing the plumbing because we got to actually pull the flooring back up in the master bedroom so they can tie it out. So
You total all that up and make sure that you get that as a part of the restitution to go to the staff, put in the records.
okay. So yeah, I think they got the original payment and then
Okay.
the tile, and now he just sent us asking for the cost of labor for the shower, you know, redoing the shower and all that. So
Well, sorry you had to go through this.
hey, it's me and everybody else in here.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We will now consider count one.
Sir
In the
Chairman, as to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C11?
Motion to find him. Is there a motion?
Motion to find him in violation of count one.
Is there a second?
If you want to go ahead and state your penalty.
And
Yeah.
$5,000 penalty.
Yeah, that's good. Motion made and seconded. Guilty, $5,000 fine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion of violation of code and $5,000 fine is approved. Count two.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C8?
Motion to find him in violation with a $5,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, code violation of count two is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count three, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837D9J? This is a repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count three, $1,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded, count three, violation, and a $1,000 fine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion for code violation, count three, and a $1,000 fine is approved.
As to count four, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837D15A? This would be a repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count four with a $1,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count four, code violation is guilty with a $1,000 fine.
The statement that Mr. Nowlin provided earlier appears to be restitution. He is requesting in the amount of $78,500.
To entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve restitution for $78,500.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the restitution request is approved.
Our next step is to do a recommendation to the Construction Industry Licensing Board, and you can make a motion to make this your recommendation for all subsequent hearings involving Mr. Banks. You have done that in the past.
Yes, but I think he terminate his license.
Revocation of registration.
Yes. I need a motion. And make it applicable to all further activities involving Matthew Banks. It's a recommendation to this Construction Industry Licensing Board for further action.
Get all what we need to include in that statement.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful.
And we didn't have our cheat sheet on that one, just a second.
So historically, your recommendation to the CILB has been a revocation of registration and a fine to be levied and determined by the CLB.
Yes.
It's their determination.
Can you state that and I say so move, or?
So, Mr. Waters, it appears that you're making a motion to the CILB, that the recommendation to the CILB would be revocation of Mr. Banks's registration and a fine to be levied by the CILB.
So moved.
Need a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
And
Aye.
and that this recommendation would be on all future.
All future.
Yeah. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion for the recommendation to the CILB is approved, and it's applicable to all future activities or reference Matthew S. Banks.
Thank you. We're going to jump down to item 6. Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction, LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209171 COM. It's in regard to John and Elizabeth Spencer, the homeowner complainants at 1823 Escambia Avenue, Pensacola, Florida 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. and Ms. Spencer, are you present? Yeah. Mr. Banks, are you present? Mr. and Ms. Spencer, I see that you're moving forward, so you're going to provide testimony for this case. If you could please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in. And Ms. Reber is still sworn.
John Spencer, 1823 Escambia Avenue, Pensacola, Florida, 32503.
Elizabeth Spencer, 1823 Escambia Avenue, Pensacola, Florida, 32503.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Staff would request that this time that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, motions to add all documents into the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, did we receive any additional documentation or information after that probable cause hearing?
I just had some communication from Ms. Frick, who spoke about, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Spencer.
No, I apologize.
All right.
My mind was on another one.
So Mr. and Ms. Spencer, this is your opportunity to address the board in regard to the alleged violations within the administrative complaint.
We had a contract with Banks Construction in January 2021 for a detached garage build with work to begin in April of 2021. And initial draw to Matt Banks was $22,000 towards the project. Engineering drawings were prepared in April of 2021. The permit was applied for in June of 2021. The old foundation that supported a shed that was in place was demoed and trusses were delivered in October of 2021. And the new foundation was poured in April of 2022. Unfortunately, the new foundation was not poured according to the engineering drawings. There was no vertical rebar placed per drawings, no welded wire mesh was placed, and after the pour, the ground rod was left lying horizontally in the foundation. Anchor J bolts weren't set in place, and the attached porch that was part of the drawings wasn't poured at all. At this time, we discussed with Mr. Banks that we wanted to terminate our relationship with him. We repeatedly requested an accounting of Mr. Banks' costs, but we've never received it. Banks Construction supplied or completed the following to the best of our knowledge: engineering drawings, the permitting, the roof trusses, the demo of the original foundation, and the pouring of the new one. Several suppliers or vendors would not or could not share with us how much their services and supplies cost, since we were not their direct customer. They would only provide that information to Banks Construction. We paid Banks Construction $22,000. After multiple unanswered requests of an accounting of the costs incurred, we'd like to request $15,000 in restitution based on our best estimates as to what was spent and what additional work was required to address significant deficiencies in the work that was done by Banks Construction. Thank you, sir.
So you're requesting just 15,000?
Yes, sir, based on what we can best estimate were the costs that Banks Construction did incur against our initial payment.
All right, we're going to go through the counts. As to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 C11?
Motion to find him in violation of count one with a $5,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, violation of code one, count one, and a $5,000 fine is approved.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 C8?
Motion to find him in violation of code two, count two with a $5,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Count two, code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count three, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 D9J? And this is a repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count three with a $1,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count three, code violation is approved with a $1,000 fine.
As to count four, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 D15A? Repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count four with a $1,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count four, violation is approved with a $1,000 fine.
The testimony provided today by Mr. and Ms. Spencer, the request is for $15,000 in restitution.
Motion to approve the restitution request of $15,000.
Motion to approve the restitution request.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve the restitution of $15,000 for Mr. and Mrs. Spencer is approved.
And that CILB recommendation will be included in this final order. We will now move to item 7. Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001. It's in regard to Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209172 COM. Mr. Peter Burks, MD, the complainant at 3130 Hyde Park Place, Pensacola, Florida, 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. I believe Ms. Burks is present today. Is Mr. Banks present? Again, Mr. Banks is not present. Ms. Burks, if you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record and be sworn in. And Ms. Reber remains sworn in.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Beards, 2821 Inverness Court, Pensacola, 32053. Oh, 32503, yes, sorry.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
Staff requests at this time that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to add all documentation to the files is approved.
Ms. Reber, did we receive any additional information or documentation after that probable cause hearing?
Yes, Dr. Burks did send something to me yesterday that I believe she's
he
going
tried
to speak on.
He
Yeah.
tried to communicate with me because I am the one who took over the project, so he tried to ask me about numbers, and so, well, I'm here. That's what I really thought, that since I took over, I would more insight to see the expenses, what have been done, what have not, any mistake. We had to revisit electrical work, plumbing, air conditioning, and unfortunately, I had to kind of rewire and replan and redone some of the work. We thought it's been done. And we also discovered that even though we gave new checks and new payments to Mr. Banks, that the subcontractors were not paid. So I know about 2 of our subcontractors that were not paid. One of the air conditioning company, over $10,000, how he was describing, and also there was a missed payment for our drywall crew, and they were missing $10,500 from Mr. Banks. So we have these 2 subcontractors. They being very understanding, very nice to us, because I have proof to payments before, just about when they were done with the work, but Mr. Banks never paid them. So we also finishing ourselves, finding the subcontractors, and I was adding up numbers, and I know everything costs a lot more, so the expenses are much higher, but as today, we already paid about $182,000 finishing floor, painting. I had to pay electrical work, plumbing work, cabinets, doors, because he promised everything, but we did not have. So, and we still have probably over 30,000 we could not do right now, the windows. So we're still not done, and we're still missing trim work. So we right now about 182,000 out, and maybe, I don't know, over 30,000 still missing. It seems like he really underquoted us, how much he originally quoted the whole project, considering he calculated AC units, windows, doors, many work done. So I know it's disproportionate because we paid I think close to 190,000 to him, and we already paying almost that much just to finishing the project. But it's also questioning how much he actually put into our house, discovering some issues that he didn't pay subcontractor, and it was pretty much the skeleton of the house when we took over. So,
I'll entertain a motion to.
Question?
Yeah, but I was gonna say to entertain a motion for restitution to the, Perez, Dr. Perez, complaint of $182,000 plus any future identification. for money.
Right, well, you would need
I'm
to go
trying to-
forward with the counts first, and
Yeah.
then, yeah.
Okay,
And
My
we
question
have
is about the,
invoices.
money values. That's
Okay.
what I have a question about.
Your question is about?
The dollar amount. Does that include the money, that 182,000 does or does not include the money that was paid to Mr. Banks?
No, we paid around 190,000, two major withdrawals and two extra transactions. The 182 just after he abandoned us and I took over, and I was searching
they
for
do.
the subcontractors.
that's what she said.
So this is just what after we cut cords with him and I took over trying to finish the project. I paid for the flooring, for the painting, for the cabinets. We were purchasing some doors, countertops. So all these
So,
ending up.
not to interrupt, but 182,000 described is what you've spent doing the work since Mr. Banks has abandoned the project.
That's correct.
But your initial payment to him was 190?
The first payment was just over $100,000, and then an extra 50. I forgot, but it's all in record. Some 50-some thousand dollars, an extra 15, and an extra 20. So we had 4 payments. I think it's closing to 200.
Mr. Oglesby?
Yes.
The documentation that her husband provided yesterday, if this helps clear it up, out of the $190-some-odd thousand, they estimate it to be less than 100,000. Didn't give me an exact figure, but then I think she's saying they had to go back and
Yeah, and
redo some of that work.
Yeah, the electrical were not safe, and they had to rewire, and
That's where their 182,000 came from. Redoing his work.
we're trying to finish it too. So
Yeah.
it just, I'm just getting the crumbs together,
Okay.
and I just try to fix it up, everything for the code and the
Okay.
safety of the house. So
Very good. All right, count one.
As to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C11?
Motion to find him in violation of count one with a $5,000 fine.
Need a second. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count one code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C8?
Motion to find him in violation of count two with a $5,000 fine.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count two code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count three, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837D9J? Repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count three with a $1,000 fine.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count three code violation is approved with a $1,000 fine.
As to count four, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837D15A?
Motion to find him in violation of count four with a $1,000 fine.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count four code violation is approved with a $1,000 fine. And the CILB
Yes, but now is your opportunity for a motion
Yeah,
on
I
the
know.
restitution.
Entertain a motion for restitution to the Dr. Perez of $182,000 be approved. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to grant a restitution of $182,000 is approved.
And that previously stated recommendation will be included in this final order.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
time.
We are going to move down to item 13. Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 2828-12001, contractor competency board complaint number 2210197 COM. It's in regard to Carol Gilroy, homeowner complainant at 4136 Futura Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32504. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. I see Ms. Gilroy is still with us. Ms. Gilroy, you're going to provide testimony today?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Mr. Banks, are you present? Again, Mr. Banks is not present. Ms. Gilroy, if you could go ahead, state your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
Carol Gilroy, 4136 Futura Drive, Pensacola 32504.
If you could please step up to the microphone, and you can raise that microphone up a little bit. There we go. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
At this time, staff would request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documentation into file is approved.
Ms. Reber, was any additional documentation provided after that probable cause hearing?
Nothing else was provided.
Ms. Gilroy, this is your opportunity to address the board in regard to the alleged violations within the administrative complaint.
Good afternoon. The only thing that I would add is my verbal request for restitution in the amount of $21,000. This was the deposit that was given to Banks Construction for services that were never completed.
Very good.
Thank you.
We'll go to count one then.
As to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C11?
Motion to find him in violation of count one with a $5,000 fine.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count one code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C8?
Motion to find him in violation of code, count two with a $5,000 fine.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count two code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count three, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837D9J? Repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count three with a $1,000 fine.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count three code violation is approved with a $1,000 fine.
Restitution request was made in the amount of $21,000.
Motion to approve restitution request of $21,000.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being done, restitution request of $21,000 for Carol Gilroy is approved.
And that recommendation to the CILB will be included in this final order. We are going to move now to item 15, if I know my Roman numerals correctly.
15, you said.
Yes, ma'am. XV, I think that's 15, right. Jesse W. Lacoste, doing business as Lacoste Construction Group, LLC. State registered license number RG 291103980. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209170, COM. It's in regard to Max Monastra, the homeowner complainant, at 625 Skyhawk Drive, Pensacola, Florida, 32506. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. Monastra is not present. However, he did send a representative. His mother is present today. Mr. Lacoste, are you present? Again, Mr. Lacoste is not present. Ms. Monastra, if you could please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in. Christy is also going to pass out some documentation that Ms. Monastra is providing today. Would you state your name and address, please?
Deborah Monastra, my address or the property address?
Your address.
Name again?
Deborah Monastra at 716 Skyhawk Drive, Pensacola, 32506.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And I'm sorry, Ms. Monastra, I handed out your paperwork and I didn't keep a copy for Jennifer, if we could have,
Okay.
I know you had 3 copies. Thank
You can
you.
have this one.
No, sir, that's yours. We have another copy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Staff would request at this time that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, motion to move all documentation, previous documentation into the files is approved.
Ms. Reber, was any additional documentation provided to you after that probable cause hearing?
Nothing additional.
And Ms. Monastra did provide it today. Ms. Monastra, this is your opportunity to address the board in regard to the items in the administrative complaint.
Okay. There was just one thing on this, the complaint that I wanted to correct. Item number E, it said he was paid $147,263 on June 14th. On the new paperwork that I gave you today, it shows the payments that he was actually made. They were on different days. That includes $10,000 from Max for earnest money deposit and 2 draws from the bank. One on July 21st, and the second one was on December 21st of 2021. I made a mistake on that form, I said 2022, but it's all
It's okay.
2021. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. He wasn't paid everything on June 14th, it's on those dates. And everything that was said on November 2nd still stands today. I've included an image of how the house looks today. I just took it yesterday because there was a question on the last meeting of what it looked like today. We are asking for restitution, and that includes the $157,000 that Jesse's received, $157,053 that Jesse's received from the bank and from Max. Also, to include $2,854.28 that the bank had to pay a First Source for materials that Jesse did not pay in order to avoid the lien on the house. And as of right now, we've paid $3,535.14 for attorney fees, where it states on his contract that the defaulting party would pay all attorney costs, so I'm including that in the restitution amount. The amount that we're asking for today, which I don't know if it's gonna be the final amount, but It's $163,442.42.
Yep.
Yes. Max stands to lose this house. The bank is threatening to foreclose, even though he's making his payments for a year and a half with $3,000 a month, because the construction has stopped. The options that he's been given are we can't do them. They want a lot more money that we've already given to get the house to begin with. We've received estimates to complete the house as it stands right now, between $365,000 and $441,000 approximately, to pick up right now. He's already owes $310,000 to the bank. The property in the house, even if it's built to plan, is not gonna be worth that amount of money. It's not gonna be worth $800,000. So he's standing to lose on his property $500,000 if we can't do something. So we're trying to recoup as much as we can. Not that I'm holding my breath, but.
This is at Goldwater Bank.
Yes, sir. Yep. And even though on their own inspector's report, it says that they would not pay line items unless they were completed 100%, that is not true. The inspector's report said that Jesse should have $99,000. They've given him $147,000. It comes back to Max doing an electronic signature when he was out of the state, because Jesse called and said, in order to continue going, we need more money, we need another draw. Max trusted the bank to do their job, trusted Jesse to do what he said he was doing, and they gave him $147,000. That's where we're at.
They're failing in their fiducial responsibility.
I brought that up to the attorney, and he said that the bank doesn't have that towards us, so I'm looking for another attorney on that part of it.
Sorry you encountered this.
Yeah, and he's living in a trailer right next door to this property. I live on the same street, so I have to see it every day. Every day I go home, I have to see what Jesse's done to our family.
Thank you. Count one.
As to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 C11?
Motion to find him in violation of count one with a $5,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count one code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 C8?
Motion to find him in violation of count two with a $5,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count two code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count three, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 D15B? And this now will be a repeat violation.
Motion to find him in violation of count three with a $2,500 fine.
The second part of that is suspension or revocation.
And revocation.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count three code violation is approved with a $2,500 fine and revocation of his license.
A restitution request in the amount of $163,442.42 has been made.
Motion to approve restitution for $163,442.42.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none. Motion for restitution of $163,442.42 is approved.
We will also need a recommendation to the Construction Industry Licensing Board. Like I said with the previous set of cases, we can utilize this recommendation for all subsequent hearings for Mr. Lacoste. Bear in mind that Mr. Lacoste also holds a state certified license, and you may be able to include that in your recommendation in some form.
I make a motion that we forward our findings to the Construction Industry and Licensing Board, impose, and recommend they impose a maximum fine and revoke his license.
Second.
So I'm gonna ask for clarification there. He has a state registration. He also has a state certified license. So revocation for one, either or both.
Both.
The motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the recommendation to the Construction Industry Licensing Board of revocation of his state license,
And state registration.
maximum fine, and one other.
So your motion is your revocation of state registration, state certification, max fine to be levied by the board.
Yes, that was it.
Yes,
Is approved.
thank you. All right, we're going to move down to 17. Well, Mr. Tyler came in a little bit late, so we're going to take 18 and then we'll scoot back to 17. So item 18 is Jesse W. Lacoste doing business as Lacoste Construction Group, LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2210198 COM. It's in regard to Dawn and Jan Gordon, the homeowner complainants at 1728 Yates Avenue, Pensacola, Florida 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. You can see the Gordons are present today. Mr. Lacoste, are you present? Again, Mr. Lacoste is not present. Mr. Miss Gordon, I believe you're going to provide testimony today?
Yes.
So if you could go ahead and state your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
Jan Gordon, 1728 Yates Avenue, Pensacola, 32503.
Donald Gordon, 1728 Yates Avenue, Pensacola, Florida, 32503.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So,
I'm going to
sorry,
just
go ahead.
ask a few questions and then we'll get over to you. At this time, staff would request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on November 2nd, 2022 be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documentation into files is approved.
And Ms. Reber, did we receive any additional documentation after that probable cause hearing?
I have received an email from the Yates reference their restitution, which I assume they're going to speak to
You're going
today.
to address that today. All right, Mr. and Ms. Gordon? If you want to go ahead and address the board.
We did provide testimony at the last hearing, so I was not going to go through all of that again. Basically, we entered into a contract, though, in February of 2021, and our work was supposed to start in April of 2022, and nothing was done. So we gave him initially $10,500 in earnest money, and then he requested another $28,500. And we gave him that. And then we later received a bill for a survey for $950, which he never paid. So that's on us. And then so far, attorney fees have been $3,250. So we are requesting $42,700 in restitution.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
42,700, yes.
Can I ask a question too?
Surely.
I've been reading that there is a fund within the state that can recoup some losses from contractors. Is this true?
It's the homeowners recovery fund that, that you're speaking of. You will need to contact the state in regard to that fund.
And is that better because he was state licensed as far as?
No, it's
Jessica?
for
That's a
anybody.
question really for the DBPR to respond to. We've received mixed kind of responses in regard to that fund. So my suggestion is to contact them.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry you had to go through it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Count one.
As to count one, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 C11?
Motion to find him in violation of count one with a $5,000 fine.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count one code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count two, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837 C8?
Motion to find him in violation of count two with a $5,000 fine.
Second.
Count, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count two code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine. Is that it?
A request was made for restitution in the amount of $42,700.
Motion to approve restitution for $42,700.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to restitution of $42,700 is approved.
And that recommendation for the CILB will be included in this final order. We are now going to circle back and go to item 17, Jesse W. Lacoste, doing business as Lacoste Construction Group LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980, contractor competency board complaint number 2210199COM. It's in regard to Tyler Nguyen, the complainant at 1055 East 9 Mile Road, Pensacola, Florida 32514. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Mr. Nguyen is present today. Are you going to provide testimony? Awesome. Mr. Lacoste, are you present? Again, Mr. Lacoste is not present. Mr. Nguyen, if you would like to come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in. Ms. Nguyen, are you going to provide testimony as well? Awesome. And Ms. Reber is still sworn.
This is Maverick.
And he is awesome.
Tyler Nguyen, 213 Majestic Court, Pensacola, Florida, 32534.
Angelica Nguyen, 6026 Chicago Avenue, Pensacola, Florida, 32526.
Thank you. At this time, staff would request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the November 2nd, 2022 probable cause hearing be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documents into the file is approved.
Ms. Reber, did we receive any additional documentation after that probable cause hearing?
Nothing additional.
All right. This is your opportunity to address the board in regard to the administrative complaint, and I will let you know you've made our day by bringing little Maverick in here.
I'm sure he's happy to be here.
It's a family affair.
Yeah.
Well, he's well behaved.
Oh, he just woke up,
Just woke up.
so I would hope so.
How many minutes do we have?
I don't know, an hour or two. So we're gonna be asking for restitution. We're gonna be asking for a total of $234,157.60. That would equal to a year and a half years of rent paid, which is a little over $53,000. And then money back for work not performed, which is $82,000. And then lost income for that year and a half that we could have been making, which is $99,000. I think we did submit in some
All the stuff for restitution.
all that stuff for the restitution.
This is a commercial now. Do you give like a brief recap?
So pretty much, He worked on our project for 2.5 years, and the average build out for our entire franchise is 12 weeks. Jesse therefore had enough time to complete the project, but was only able to get basic framing, basic electrical, and basic plumbing completed. And, you know, to be reasonable, we're only asking for 1.5 years because we're really easygoing. We work out of town. We were fine with it until we just started seeing that nothing was happening. So we have a signed copy of our commercial lease agreement, which shows how much we're paying in rent each month for the past 2.5 years. We have a letter from the president of our franchise that we're starting for the lost income that we could have made. And then we have a letter from our new contractor, which states how much work he says that was actually done, but we paid way over what that was. And that's pretty much it, besides, we gave him an initial deposit of $70,000 to start work, and then another $73,000 for a commencement deposit, bringing it to $143,000. This was back in, 2018 or 2019?
We'll give them the first check in, 2018? Because originally, we had a first location lined up in 2018 and gave him a down payment. Well, that location fell through, so we had to find a new location. Then when we got the new location, we signed that contract in December of 2019, and that's when we moved forward with that. He didn't even start work till 4 months later. And like she said, we gave a huge down payment, and then he wanted an initial payment to even start the work.
And then, so he started demo on the concrete in 2020, 4 months after that second commencement deposit was given. And then, I'm sorry, just so much has happened. And then 1 year and 2 months after, which was 1.5 years, or 1 year and 2 months after the initial deposit of the $70,000 was given. And then on 5/12 of 21, we gave him an additional $39,000, bringing it to $182,000. He said that we were at 50% completion. We were obviously maybe at 25% completion. And then Bobby Dawson, who works for Jesse, in February of this year, sends an email stating that the project's gonna cost an additional $148,000 on top of the money that we were still gonna owe after if we were to continue working with him, which was $77,000 to complete the project. And our contract was a fixed cost. It wasn't a cost plus or anything like that. So it would have been on him if there really were any material increases, which there really wasn't in regards to $148,000 extra. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, and by the way, the whole time he's blaming everything on y'all, saying that, we're waiting on inspection, waiting on this, waiting on the county. It's the county, it's the county. And, yeah.
And, he stole our toilets and sink faucets and never gave them back. So we have a charge going on right now with the city. So hopefully that'll come about with something. We'll see. But that's pretty much it. We're just wanting a restitution to see if we can get anything back from the state, because I know we won't get anything from him.
Would you please restate your restitution request?
Yes. We're asking for $234,157.60.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, count one.
Yes, sir. As to count 1, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C11?
Motion to find him in violation of count 1 with a $5,000 fine.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count 1 code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
As to count 2, does the board find the respondent in violation of Code Section 1837C8?
Motion to find him in violation of count 2 with a $5,000 fine and revocation.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, count 2 code violation is approved with a $5,000 fine.
Revocation.
And revocation. He stated revocation on that
And
one.
revocation. Did you add revocation? Okay. Good.
There's no more count.
There's no
There's
more counts.
Question about restitution for council. The restitution amount specified included things outside of the contract agreement. Is that, can we rule on those items? Or can we make a recommendation over and above what's agreed to in the contract?
If there's sufficient evidence presented by the witness, you can take it into consideration and determine the calculation for the purposes of restitution. Certainly hard costs that they've expended. I think they said that they had to stay in a hotel. That wasn't.
No, so, no, it's,
rental, I mean.
no, ma'am, it's a commercial build, and so it took way longer than it was supposed to, that we agreed upon, so.
Okay.
Just
So you're
rent,
paying rent?
yes, I'm
Yeah.
paying rent on a building that I can't even make money out of.
And this
so.
was our, everything we worked for, everything we saved up for, and everything my father left me after he passed away.
I mean,
We put all into this.
my husband's working 80+ hours a week, I mean, just killing himself just to pay
I'll do what I can.
$3,000 extra a month, so.
But
So
no,
considering that, if this is as a result of his actions, and they do have that as a hard cost expenditure, you can certainly, consider that, whether or not that would be restitution over and above. It's a loss that he caused.
That explains it. Thank you.
Sorry. So,
Request was made for restitution in the amount of $234,157.60.
So move.
Need a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion is approved for restitution request of $234,157.60. It's done.
And that recommendation for the CILB will be included in this final order. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys have a blessed day.
just for the board's information, we don't have guidelines within our rules that tell us what the restitution, what could be considered for the restitution. So when it comes to your making decisions on that, you weigh it, and if you believe that that's something that should have been, that they should have gotten back, or like they said, they're having to pay this rent on a facility that they can't use. So anytime, I think we've also done that in cases where they had additional expenditures because of, on the homes where they had to do additional expenditures. I think you've previously done something that's consistent with that, where they had to have other accommodations because they couldn't be
In their home.
in their home.
Yeah.
This situation appears like they couldn't use the business and they were losing, the profit question may be an issue, but where they're losing the ability to actually use the location, that's something you may want to weigh in, which you did, you weighed in on.
All right.
Okay,
We're
we're-
going back to item 2.
Well, the question I have is, it's 12:45, almost 1 o'clock. You want to take a break?
Does anybody have to leave by a specified time? Anybody else?
When you say specified time,
Later in the day.
We've got 1, 2.
do we have to go through those cases individually?
This will be less because you won't have
We
witnesses.
have 10 more, and it'll go quicker.
10 more?
So so as we go forward, what will happen is you'll have, you don't have any witnesses. Is there any
No,
additional
you
documents?
just have count, you
no.
have counts, you just have counts, approve them, and just keep going through 'em.
Well, what we would do is move into evidence the items that have already been presented and any additional items that have been received. and then you would go through the counts, and if you had any questions, so that it should move, I'd say it should move along, quite at a faster speed.
Oh, a lot faster,
I'm gonna take a break.
a lot faster.
Especially with John Matthews in charge.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, Miss Joanne, would you like a quick break?
Hey, let's take another 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't record it.
Thanks for backing me up.
You're still being live streamed.
We need Randy up here. We'll be good. Where'd he go?
He was just here.
Randy.
Who's missing?
Randy. He just walked in, walked out. Hey, Nash. You having fun?
So far.
So, Mr. Patel, you gonna go to the VCC and say, oh, no. It was nice knowing you.
I should have come in here and sat down on a couple of the
Oh,
meetings
before
before.
you applied. Should've been here November 2nd. Woo, that was that's classic.
There's Randy right there. Yeah, he's way out there.
What in the, he went and bought him a Coke.
Somebody just walked by.
No, that's not Randy. He's right there.
Oh, yeah, he's coming in there and coming down. Oh, he went out this way.
Yeah, he went out, but I think that door locks.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't even think about that. Now I'm gonna be very self-conscious. I'll let you know, you don't have to worry. Okay. I got so much stuff to do. I got so much stuff to do.
Hey, Miss Christie.
Community Club show this weekend. Yes, sir.
I like the truck.
do you,
Thank you.
do you raise?
Let's rock and roll. Okey-dokey.
Back to item 2, Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 2828-12001, contractor competency board complaint number 2208120 It's in regard to Earl Wibbs, the homeowner complainant at 1910 Hallmark Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent, but just to inform the board, we have nobody in our audience any longer, so no parties are going to be present for the remainder of these hearings. At this time, I'm going to request that the documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearings for all of the hearings left on the agenda be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documents from all
Remaining hearings.
remaining disciplinary hearings into files is approved.
And we'll take the second question if anything additional was provided for each hearing. Ms. Reber, was anything additional provided for the Earl Wibbs complaint after that probable cause hearing?
There was not.
All right. So we're going to move into the counts. It's my understanding that for this hearing, I'm going to bring them up on your screen. I just want to give some information to the board because we have no parties present for this, and you previously have looked at these agenda items and have knowledge of what complaints are for each hearing. You can make a motion to find the respondent in violation of all counts for this hearing if you do not want to take them one by one. If you were to find him in violation of all counts, then you can make after that, you can make a motion to apply the max fine and/or max fine and penalty for all counts. That is at the discretion of the board, if they want to do that in that fashion. I just wanted to give you your options.
Do we need to make a motion for that now and just proceed, or?
That's at the discretion of you. We're in that phase right now.
You would make that motion per case.
Per case, you have to do that per case.
How about?
And that's two separate motions, because first there has to be a finding of guilt or violation.
So,
Do the whole thing.
Go ahead.
We're on count one, just do the whole.
No, you just do all counts.
Motion to find him in violation of all counts with maximum penalties applied. How's that?
Okay, so in this one, well, since this is our first run at it, there's 4 counts in this one. So the motion would need to be to find him guilty of the 4 counts. That would be your first motion. If the board votes that he is guilty of all 4 counts, then the second motion would be to impose maximum fines and penalties. That'd be the second motion after a finding of guilt.
Motion to find him in violation of all counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to find him guilty of all counts is approved. Now then,
There has to be a determination now of penalty. So that would be the second motion that you wanted to make, which is that
would be maximum fine.
maximum fine and penalty if that relates to revocation of license. If it's if it's a charge which allows for that.
Motion to apply all maximum fines and all counts in revocation as it applies.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, motion to find him maximum fines and other penalties as appropriate.
Nothing was requested on this hearing in regard to restitution. So that CILB recommendation from earlier will be included in this final order.
Okay, they got that one out of the way.
We are going to move now to item 4. Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction, LLC, state registered license number RR 2828120001. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209167 COM. It's in regard to Christopher Glaze, the homeowner complainant at 2451 Brook Park Road, Pensacola, Florida 32534. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. We previously moved into evidence the backup documentation and testimony. Was there any additional documentation provided after that probable cause hearing?
There was not.
All right, so we will move into our counts. There are 4 counts in this administrative complaint.
Motion to find him in violation of all 4 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, all 4 counts, it approves all 4 counts being found guilty.
The next item would then be to determine whether or not you want the same motion as you had earlier, which was the motion for the maximum fine and revocation as allowed by law.
And other penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Really, other penalties, Brittany. Okay, go ahead.
Motion to apply all maximum fines in all counts and revocation as appropriate.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, maximum fine for all counts and other penalties as provided.
Restitution.
There was no request made for restitution in regard to this.
Say that again.
There was no request made.
Okay.
And
And CILB.
we'll include that recommendation for the CILB in this final order.
Next one.
Item 5, Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001, contractor competency board complaint number 2209169 COM. It's in regard to Jason and Tracy Frick, homeowner complainants at 2660 Bayou Boulevard, Pensacola, Florida 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. We previously accepted documentation into evidence. Ms. Reber, was there any additional documentation provided by the Fricks?
She did provide me a figure that she entered for bankruptcy on Bank's bankruptcy case, which was $29,825. But she's discovering that there's contractors that have not been paid, so that cost may need to be revisited later.
Okay. We'll now move into the counts. This administrative complaint included 3 counts.
Motion to find him in violation of all 3 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, motion to find him guilty of all counts is approved.
Motion to impose maximum fines on all 3 counts and revocation as appropriate.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to find maximum fines on all counts and revocation as appropriate is approved.
When you say as appropriate, just to make sure you mean where it's available.
Where-
Thank you.
That's the reason I would suggest that instead of just saying revocation, say other such penalties as appropriate, because it's in there.
But we
Well-
can't determine that for you. That's why he's stating revocation, because if revocation is applicable, he wants to include that.
Yeah, because you could do suspension.
Yeah, but my question is, when it says other penalties, that is a penalty that's listed.
Revocation.
When you say that, then it's automatic. It should be automatic.
Well, it has to be included in the motion.
It is
So
in-
as long as he says in the motion that termination where, as available. So for the counts where it's specifically available, that's what we were
There are some counts
encouraging.
where revocation is not available. It's only a monetary
When you
amount.
say other penalties as appropriate, if it's not listed, it's not appropriate.
Right, but she can't determine what the appropriate penalty is, because the penalty could be suspension.
Yes.
So that's why we need him to say revocation as
Okay,
available.
You got it, you got it.
Okay, thank you.
That's the reason they pay you all them big bucks.
I'm gonna let somebody else.
No.
You're doing
You're
fine.
doing good.
You got it, just keep it up.
So a request was made for restitution in the amount of $29,825.
So move.
That was my question on that. Should we do that now? Because she's already said there's other things that they've not determined
You
yet.
can order that now with the ability for them to come back with any future
Okay.
I
expenditure.
think it would be wise to include any outstanding liens. But, would that be appropriate?
We don't know.
Because we don't know the cost of
We
it,
don't
but-
know. They would have to bring that back to us.
I got you. Okay.
You want to go with restitution? Restitution, 29.
Yeah, just,
He said so moved.
Oh, you did? I didn't hear it, sorry.
We just need a second, sir.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being done. The motion for restitution of $29,825 is approved with future cost added as necessary.
the ability for them to come back. That CILB recommendation will be included in this final order. We are moving to item 8. Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC.
Appreciate you.
State registered license number RR 2828120001. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209180 COM. It's in regard to Daryl and Rhonda Brack, homeowner complainants at 903 North Spring Street, Pensacola, Florida 32501. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Again, we have already included the documentation and testimony into the evidence. Was there any additional documentation provided?
Nothing additional, but she does have an additional expenses.
That's included in the agenda. And what's that total amount? Yeah. We'll address that amount whenever it comes up for the request for restitution. We will move into the counts. There were 4 counts included in the administrative complaint.
Motion to find them in violation of all 4 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to find him guilty of all 4 counts is approved.
Motion to impose maximum fines as a penalty for all counts
Second.
and revocation where it applies.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to maximum fines and revocation where appropriate is approved.
Melissa, do you have a figure?
Looks like $762.79.
$762.79.
Right, these receipts are
700.
very hard to read that she gave, so.
62.69.
That's her total?
well,
See that
she
number
didn't.
again?
She didn't give me a total. She gave me additional expenses, which were $762.79.
I'm gonna bring this up. These are some receipts that she provided as additional expenses. And that's what she's adding together now.
Which was that figure I just
Yeah,
said.
which adds up to
$762.62.
62
You said that's in addition to something else that we already have?
She didn't give me anything else.
So she paid to, Mr. Banks a total of $118,700. Was any work performed by Mr. Banks?
I don't have that in front of me, Jen.
No. He did perform some work, so she would have to provide to us an approximation of,
Can we just say this number and say with an opportunity to come back?
Oh, yeah.
Have
Do
something.
the 762. But that's not her number. That's just what you added up.
All she provided were receipts.
That's what I'm
Nothing
saying.
as additional expenses. She just provided receipts as additional expenses. And that's the figure that I gave you of the receipts.
That's a 762,
She done paid
79.
180, so, yeah.
But how much work did she get done for it? So where are we at?
So from the form that's in front of you, just to assist you in doing a calculation, you can see there that she paid him an initial deposit of $118,700. Then she gave him another payment of $11,150. And then she gave him a third payment of $59,350. She reached out to him because of lack of work. I can't, let's go. And then we have the additional expenditures that she's had because of his lack of work. So those are the calculations she gave us. We don't have the transcript in front of us. Hold on just a moment. Let me see if I can pull that up. If you'd like to, what we can do is take the next case. I'll pull up the original
Yeah,
transcript, see what we have,
all
and
we
then we
need is
can come
that
back.
number.
Yes,
We
sir.
can we can come back to this.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that CILB recommendation will be included in this final order. We will come back to this restitution
Restitution.
determination. We will move to item 9.
Yes, 9.
Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 2828120001. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2210188COM. It's in regard to Christine Monlux, homeowner complainant at 1523 East Marino Street, Pensacola, Florida 32503. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Documentation and testimony has been entered into evidence. Was there any additional documentation provided by Ms. Monlux?
There was not.
There were 4 counts included in the administrative complaint. If you want to go ahead and.
Motion to find him in violation of all 4 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to find him guilty of all 4 counts is approved.
And then if you want to make your motion in regard to.
Motion to impose maximum fines on all 4 counts and revocation where it applies.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to find him for maximum fine and revocation where appropriate is approved.
So on your screen now is a demand notice provided by Ms. Monlux. These are some additional expenses and or damages. So she's requesting in her demand letter that she wants reimbursement for. $1,125 for a third party to monitor construction progress. $170 for, this was an additional third party. So she had to pay someone to go and monitor the construction progress while they were having issues to make sure that as Melissa just stated, this is a military family. So she had to pay somebody to be there on site to monitor the construction progress due to lack of work being performed. $2,176.37 for tile. $1,000 for damages to the new refrigerator. $1,000 for damages to new flooring. So that would be a total of $1,125. $5,471.37. That was part of her demand letter.
Okay.
So tell me what is the total?
$5,471.37.
I still didn't get it. I was waiting for something else. That's gonna be the final restitution amount.
That's what she included in her demand letter.
So it's gonna be any more?
There was nothing else provided.
Does this include that other, 767?
That's a different case. That was all
that's
that was
right.
provided by the complainant in regard to additional expenses or,
She's not.
that's what she put in her
Yeah,
demand
what
letter.
I'm saying is, I doubt there's any other.
We have
We
nothing
don't know.
else.
So in this process, when you get a complainant to say what their restitution is, do you specifically say, hey, how much are you looking for restitution? And they have to respond, or in this case, did they or did they not?
She did not respond
Okay, so
further. I
that's-
have had communication with all of them. They're all not. I don't know if it's because they spoke about the restitution previous and don't think that they do. I'm
Okay.
thinking that's the reason some of them don't even show up.
So logically thinking, this demand letter is the money she's wanting back, she didn't get, and then this additional. So we should be, I'm thinking, the demand letter money and this extra.
Yeah.
Am I,
We talked about
what do you
that.
think, right?
Did they, can they come back and revisit?
The extra was on the previous case.
If, can they come back and request a hearing for restitution if it's something different? Because some of these people haven't even been able to get a contractor in.
What I'm trying to
So-
find out is do we know if the last time she was before the board, did she give a calculation, or has she previously told us how much would the restitution would have been?
She has not. Everything, she wasn't present at the
Okay.
last hearing. They're military.
Okay.
And everything she's provided is right there.
But we can approve this $5,400 plus any future,
Okay, what was the number again?
it was
$5,000.
$5,471.37.
Motion to approve restitution for $5,471.37 with the opportunity to come back again with additional money.
Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being done. The motion to approve restitution of $5,471.37 plus the opportunity to have additional cost is approved.
Yes, sir, and that recommendation to the CIOB will be included in this final order. Our next item is item 10, Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001, contractor competency board complaints number 2210189 COM. It's in regard to Timothy and Regina Smith, homeowner complainants at 203 Live Oak Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32507. Proper notice was sent to the respondent, and previous documentation and testimony has been entered into evidence. Ms. Reber, was there any additional documentation provided by either party?
Nothing additional. There's documentation that's in there, and the Smiths had no work completed.
The administrative complaint contained 3 counts.
Motion to find him in violation of all 3 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to find him guilty of all 3 counts is approved.
Motion to impose maximum penalties on all 3 counts and revocation as appropriate.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion for a maximum fine of all 3 counts plus revocation is approved.
Give me 2 seconds, please. Restitution request was made in the amount of return of their deposit plus these additional expenses that they provided. That total amount would have been $187,900.
Motion to approve restitution for $187,900.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to provide restitution of $187,900 is approved.
If we would like to go back to that other item where we were doing the calculations on the Brock's case,
Yes.
BRACH, according to their initial complaint, they explained that they paid him $189,200. And it would appear that then they had to go out and purchase materials. That's what that additional calculation, what was it, seven?
762.
I'm sorry, say it again?
$762.62.
Is that correct? Okay. So it would have been, it looks like he didn't complete things. He also didn't pull contracts.
Permit.
Or permits, sorry, he didn't pull permits. So if the board wanted to find that the calculation of the $189,200 plus their additional expenditure of $762.62,
That'd be $189,962.67.
62 cents.
Or 62 cents.
so if the board wanted to find that they could, it's certainly incumbent upon Mr. Banks, if he wants to appeal that, he could appeal that.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve restitution for $189,962.62.
Yeah, that's on the Brock case.
Complaint number 2209180.
Yes.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve restitution of $189,962.62 for complaint number 2209180 COM Darrell and Rhonda Brock is approved.
Thank you, sir. We will move into item 11, Matthew S. Banks doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001, Contractor Competency Board Complaints Number 2210190 COM. It's in regard to Rosalind McMullen, homeowner complainant at 680 Smiley Avenue, Pensacola, Florida 32514. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Documentation and testimony has already been entered into evidence. Was there any additional documentation?
There was not.
All right, we're gonna. It's the computer. There were 3 counts included in the administrative complaint.
Motion to find him in violation of all 3 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Being none, motion to find him guilty of all 3 counts is approved.
I was looking at her demand letter, to.
We got to do
Oh,
fines.
yeah, go ahead.
Got to do fines.
Motion to impose maximum fines on all 3 counts plus revocation where appropriate.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to maximum fine all 3 counts plus revocation where appropriate.
Ms. McMullen provided $36,000 to Mr. Banks in the form of 3 different payments for a project that was never started, in essence. And it's actually a project that never could have been performed. She was wanting to turn 2 sheds combine those together into livable space for a secondary residents on this property. When Ms. McMullen attempted to come in after, the revocation of Mr. Banks's license, she was attempting to finish this project out herself, and it was deemed by the Development Services Department that this could not be done. She cannot have a secondary, living space on her property. So, there's your answer in regard. 36,000.
36,000 even?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Motion to approve restitution for $36,000.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none. Motion to approve restitution of $36,000 for case number 2210190 COM is approved.
Our next item is item 12, Matthew S. Banks doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 2828120001. Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2210195 COM. It's in regard to Sharita English, homeowner complainant at 2731 Samoran Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32503. On a side note, that CILB recommendation from the last one will be included in that final order. I just did not make that statement at the end of that hearing. For this item, proper notice was sent to the respondent. The testimony and documentation has already been entered into evidence from the previous probable cause hearing. Was there anything additional after that probable cause hearing?
Nothing additional.
On that administrative complaint, there were 4 counts included.
Motion to find him in violation of all 4 counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Being none. The motion to find him guilty of all 4 counts is approved.
Motion
You go
to impose maximum fines on all 4 counts with revocation where appropriate.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none. The motion to maximum fines of all 4 counts plus revocation where appropriate is approved.
So, if you notice on your screen, I brought up proof of payment for, Miss English. It was in the amount of $96,990, that she paid to him for an addition to her home. There was very minimum work done, and that work that has been done had some code violations. It was documented in that there were some code violations. Subsequently, Ms. English has had code enforcement violations turned in against her, and she's working that out with the city of Pensacola. I don't know where that case stands for those code enforcement violations. I have talked to the city in regard to that, let them know the situation, that's come before the competency board. It's my understanding she's very limited in what she can do. She paid that amount of money and nothing's really been done, and now she may be incurring some additional violations with code enforcement.
For the record, in her licensed contractor complaint form, she said she paid in full a total of $114,990. So this, she may have paid some in cash, and it would appear in June of 2020 was when she signed that contract.
She actually testified that she had gone through a divorce and she could not get access to the other check. This is all that she could present.
So the total's 114,919, 990.
I thought it was 96.
96,990.
The proof of payment was the 96, but in her complaint, she said she paid in full on the contract $114,990, $114,990. And that's what Ms. Reber was just explaining. She wasn't able to access the other proof of payment because she went through a divorce and didn't have access to the documentation.
Okay.
Excuse me, is this the case where we listened and she bought the house, did an addition, and the subdivision is complaining about?
So
Isn't that one of
this
them?
is the case where her child,
I got you.
had
I think
passed.
it's the same one,
Yes,
yeah.
and she is, and,
That's it.
yeah.
Thanks.
I clearly understand that.
Glad somebody
It's bad case.
restitution.
No, yeah, okay, you ready? Go for a restitution.
Motion to approve $114,990 in restitution and the ability to come back with further invoices or monies.
Motion made. Is there a
Second.
Second. Motion made, seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve restitution of $114,990 plus additional expenses where, when occurred, is approved.
I like how you put that.
You do.
Additional expense.
And that CILB recommendation will be included in that final order.
Okay. Now let's go get Jesse.
Yes, sir. Our next item is item 14. This is Jesse W. Lacoste doing business as Lacoste Construction Group, LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980, Contractor Competency Board complaint number 2209168 COM. It's in regard to Transformation Church of Pensacola, Inc. They are the complainant at 6800 Mobile Highway, Pensacola, Florida 32526. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Documents and testimony has already been entered into evidence. Was there any additional documentation provided?
No, there was not.
In the administrative complaint, there were 2 counts included.
Motion to find him in violation of both counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, motion to find guilty of both counts is approved.
Motion to apply maximum penalty for both cases, both counts, and revocation where applied.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, motion for maximum fines, all 2 counts, and revocation where appropriate is approved.
I'm going to bring your attention to item C in the administrative complaint. The initial repair payout received by Mr. Lacoste was $70,151.24. Very minimal work was performed on this project. Really, in essence, he put some tarps on the structure. There was no permits obtained for this project. Whenever the representative came for the church Mr. Oswald came before you in November 2nd, he requested a return of that initial payout.
Got a question for you. That money came from the insurance company. If he gets the money back, he's got to send that back to the insurance company, doesn't he?
No, he would not have to send it back. It's my understanding that that money would have been received for the repairs. The insurance company, no more money is coming out in regard to that money.
That would have been his money regardless.
His money, the church's money.
Right.
Oh, we, church's money.
Right.
And he's in litigation with the insurance company because this was an assignment of benefits, and of
Okay.
course, they can't get the other
Okay.
funds because of
All right. Let's go for restitution.
Motion to approve restitution for $70,151.24.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve restitution of $70,000, $151.24 is approved. I think that's it.
We have one more.
Who's that?
This one. Item 16. Jesse W. Lacoste doing business as Lacoste Construction Group LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980, contractor competency board complaint number 2209181 It's in regard to James Higgins and Taylor Hosey, the homeowner complainants at 3600 East Johnson Avenue, Pensacola, Florida 32514. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. The documentation and testimony at the probable cause hearing has already been entered into evidence. Was there any additional documentation provided?
Nothing additional.
In the administrative complaint, there were 2 counts provided.
Motion to find him in violation of both counts.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion found guilty of both counts is approved.
Motion to apply maximum penalty on both counts and revocation where it applies.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion for maximum penalty, maximum fine, and revocation for both counts is approved.
Within the complaint form, the complainants detailed that there's over $40,000 already paid toward the complete repairs and an additional $53,000.
This is another assignment of benefits where there is additional insurance money out there, but they can't access it.
Because of the assignment of benefits.
Because Lacoste holds that assignment. The house is gutted, it's not livable.
And actually, I believe their homeowner's insurance has not been renewed either.
There's nothing to insure.
Correct.
So what's the amount?
93 right now.
Well, they have, what has been expended is $40,000, and the insurance company is holding $53,000 that they will not pay out because of the assignment of benefits. But Mr. Lacoste, is my understanding, received $40,000, and no work's been done.
Okay.
Or minimal work has been done.
He gutted it and all their stuff's in a pod.
So they haven't lost the 53. It's still in.
The insurance company is still holding that funds, but they have not renewed their insurance
Yeah.
either.
Motion to approve restitution for $40,000 and the ability to come back with additional expenses.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve a restitution of $40,000 with additional expenses as necessary is approved.
That CILB recommendation will be included in this final order. There are no other items on our agenda, but I would like to say happy holidays to each and every one of you.
And the same
And we
to you.
will see you after the new year.
Yeah, in January.
On the 11th.
On the 11th, I do want to make that well-known because we had, if you notice, I sent out your schedule for the upcoming year. There were some room scheduling issues. Other departments needed the large room for different trainings, et cetera. So 3 of our meeting dates will not be on the first Wednesday. It'll actually occur on the second Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Starting in January.
starting in January.
And we just have
Of
one meeting.
2023.
At this time, there's only 1 meeting a month.
Let's hope it stays that way.
I hope we've made an impression on the construction community to not come before us.
Thank you, Mike. We are adjourned.